Welcome to the ultimate tutorial where you learn to build a full stack restaurant reservation system using React, Node.js, MongoDB, and Express.js. In this tutorial, we'll build the front end, back end, and admin panel that will be in control of the entire project. Let's start with the front end. So here's the overview. We'll start with the navigation bar, which is a very simple navigation bar, by the way. We have links here, we have the logo here. Then we're going to build the hero section that has this background image that would make the users that are visiting the reservation websites alive it. We have the text at the center, and we have a call to action button here saying book a table. Next, we're going to build the menu list. So here is the list of menu that we have already. So we start with the title, we start with this. Then right here, we have the category section where users can filter their menu based on their preferred category. So if I click on spaghetti, we're going to have list of food that matches with this category. If I click on pizza, we're going to have a list of food that matches with this. If I click on rice, the same thing. Noodles, chicken, drinks, the same thing. And if I click on all the items in our menu will be displayed. Next thing we're going to build is the reservation form itself, which is the major thing, because this is a restaurant reservation system. We want users to be able to book a table by filling the form. So we have the title here, reserve a table, dine with us, reserve now. These will fill the full name, email, phone number, pick a reservation date, select time, and then number of guests. Then if they click on this button, it will be reserved. Then we're going to create this simple footer section here. After the entire front end, we're going to build the backend. Then we'll move to the admin panel. So for the admin panel, we have the add products list on the sidebar, reservations. So in the add products, the admin will be able to add image, the product's name, product description, category, add price, and if they click on add menu, it will be added to the front end. And on the lists, we'll have the menu list that the user has added, that the admin has added, and here we have the reservation. So right now it's showing that no reservation is found. If we add reservation from the front end, we're going to see that reservation will be here. So let's try that out. So now we're going to add reservation. Here we have in the reservation form. So I'm going to just use second testing, email, demo account, just a random phone number, pick a reservation date, select time, select number of guests, and I'm going to click on book now. And we'll have a notification here telling us that the reservation is successful. If we head back to the admin panel and we reload, we're going to get the reservation here. Second testing, demo account, the phone number, the date, the time, number of guests, and this delete action here. The admin can delete reservation. Okay, so we can also add products. So right now we have added one product. We can add more products. If I click on upload image, I'm just going to select a drink. Then I'm going to give a mojito cocktail, just a random. Let's just give it cocktail. And for the description, cocktail description. In products category, I'm going to click on drinks. Price will be $12. If I click on add menu, it will be added to it will be saved in the database and added to our front end instantly. And we'll get a notification saying products added successfully. So if we head back to the front end, on the products list, we have just 2 items. So that should be the only thing that would be displayed on the front end. So I'm going to reload this now. And right now, this is what we have. We have just 2 items, which is the same thing that we have in our lists. Okay, the first one is noodles, the category, the price, same thing that we have here. Okay, so if you click on Spike, pizza, rice, noodles, you can see that we have noodles here. If I click on drinks, this falls under the drink category. Okay, so this is working perfectly well. Now let's build the project. So the first step is to open any code editor of your choice. I'll be using VS Code. Then I'm going to navigate to open folder. Then I'm going to create the folder. So I have a folder where I create all my YouTube projects. So I'm just going to go to the folder, and right here in the folder, I'm going to create new folder. Click on new folder, and here I'm going to create the project folder for this tutorial. So this is MERN. Since we're using MERN stock, MERN restaurants reservation press enter, and then you select the folder to open it in VS Code. So here we have it. Okay, so this is our folder here. Now I'm going to create 3 folders for the front end, back end, and admin panel. So here we'll have front end. I've created a front end. I'll right click, create backend. On the sidebar, I'll right click again on new folder, create admin. So we're going to start with the front end. So on the front end, click on it, then right click and open it in integrated terminal. And right here, we're going to run this command, npm create vit at latest space full stop. Then you press enter. And right here, he would select the framework. So we're using React. Then I'm going to select the variant. We're using JavaScript. And then I'm going to run this command, npm install. Oh my, npm install. Okay, and then you're going to click enter. Make sure you're connected to the internet to do this. So now we've installed React. So we just need to do a little bit of cleanups. But before that, let's see what we're dealing with. So npm run dev. We should view our React app in our local browser. I'll press enter. So while this npm run dev is going to generate a link for us to be able to view our React app in local browser. So here's the link. I'll click on follow link, and we have it here. Okay, so this is the default page for React. Now we need to install Tailwind CSS because we're going to be styling with Tailwind. We're going to type in Tailwind and then visit the official website for Tailwind CSS. This is the official website right here. Then you click on docs for documentation. We're using Vite, so we'll follow this installation process. On our terminal, we'll copy this and paste it in our terminal as said here. So I'm just going to open a new terminal here. Or better still, I'm going to stop this from running, Ctrl C, then I'll type in Y. So I'm going to paste what I just copied now. The next step in our vite.config.js, here they have it as TS because there isn't TypeScript, but we're using JavaScript. So we're going to copy this line of code. Right here, vite.config.js. We'll paste what we just copied. Also, we'll copy this line of code as well. And we're going to add it here. Okay, so after this, then in our CSS, we'll copy this and we'll paste it in index.css. So I'm just going to delete everything in my index.css, Ctrl A, backspace, then I'll paste what I just copied. Next thing is to run our terminal. Okay, so Tailwind has been installed. If you check package.log.json, Tailwind CSS check. Okay. So let's do some cleanup before running the terminal and testing to see. So we'll use this command to create React snippets, REFC. To use this command, you need to have this extension. You need to have this extension, EX7 React Native extension. Back to our Explorer. I'm going to delete app.css because I'm not going to be using it for this project. And here we'll have our H1 tag. Just testing. I'm going to type in subscribe to my channel. This is a reminder for you to subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. And to those that have subscribed, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It will cost you nothing to subscribe. It does not cost nothing. Just click on subscribe button. Thank you. Okay, so let's start and see if our Tailwind is working. So we'll have class name, texts. Let's have it as okay. You can see that Tailwind is working. The suggestion is already up. 3XL. And let's change the color, text. Let's give it the amber 300. Now let's run our terminal, npm run dev. Press enter. Okay, so we have our link. Click on follow link. I will cancel the initial one that we opened, and you can see that the color has been applied and the text is 2 times the size. So now we can now start creating our project. I'm going to minimize this. Okay, so in our source folder, we'll start by creating the components folder. Then we'll create in the source folder as well. We're going to create our contexts. In the source folder as well, we're going to create pages. So in the component folder, we're going to create several files like the navbar file, navbar.jsx, rafc to create your snippets. Then we'll create our hero.jsx, rafc as well, create your snippets. Then we'll have our menu display.jsx, rafc. Okay. Then we'll have our footer.jsx, rafc as well. And finally, we'll have the reservation form.jsx. Okay. Then we'll type rafc as well. We've done the same for footer. So I'm going to close all of this now. Then we'll start building our product. Okay, so another thing we need to do is to get the entire images that we're going to use for this front end before creating our backend project, before creating the backend code that will allow us to add directly from the admin panel. So we need all of the images that we are going to use for this project. So this is all of the images that we're going to use. I'm going to copy each and every one of them to the assets folder. So I'll copy everything and I'll paste it right here in the assets folder. So all of the images have been copied. Also, I copied the assets.gss, which is a file that is containing the array of objects holding each of the menu that we want to display. Okay, so we have the category item here, array of objects holding out the category with the category title in each object. Then we also have the array of objects for each product, which is representing the menu display. So this is the first product here, this is the ID, the name, the description, the price, the image, the category, and the date. Okay, so that is for the assets folder. Now let's create our navigation bar. So I'm going to close this, I'm going to delete this, and then I'm going to mount the navbar components. Okay, so we're going to import navbar from /component/navbar. So right here in our navigation bar, I'm going to delete the navbar that we have here. Then we'll have the nav tag. In this nav tag, we're going to have a div tag. So we're going to have our h2 tag for the title. After this div tag, we'll have another div tag for our links, ul li times 4. So the h2 tag will take the title, Emerald Bostro. Okay, and the lists will take the links. So the first one is going to be home, second will be reservations, the third will be menu, and this will be contacts. Okay, so if we view this now, this is what we should have. So let's start. So we'll start by styling the nav tag itself, which is the wrapper. Class name, display would be flex, justify, space between, so justify between, what the padding of 2 rem. 2 rem. The background color will be black, and the text color will be white. Now for the h2 tag, we'll have our class name, the font will be bold, text will be 2 times the size. Then for the lists, we'll style, display will be flex, justify between, we'll have a gap of 8. Then for the lists, I'm going to style it up. The font will be bold, so here, font bold, text size will be large, cursor will be pointer, and when you hover on it, we want to have text, it should be orange 500. So this is what we should have. Okay, so we're done with the navigation bar. Now to our hero section. In the hero section, we need to first get the image that we want to use as our background image, and this is the image right here, hero.pg. Sorry, So I'm going to import bg image. I name a bg image in this component from dot forward slash asset folder slash hero dot jpg. Okay, now let's work on the hero section. So we'll have our div tag. Then I'm going to create another div, which is where we're going to have the transparent. This is for the transparent dark overlay that will be on the background image. Then we'll have the div for the contents that will be at the center. Inside this div, we'll have our h2 tag. I need to take this text. Then we'll have an h1 tag, emerald bootstrap. Okay. Then we'll have a button, call to action button. Hey, no, come on. Button. I'll say book a table. Okay, so this is our hero section. In our app.gss, we're going to mount our hero section immediately after our navbar. So we're going to have hero and ensure that it has been imported. Okay, so this is what we have in our hero. If you check back here, this is what you're going to have. Now let's now and also add the background image to it. So right here, we'll start styling the class name. Position will be relative. The height will be 110 VH, so 110. The width, we set it to full. The background will be cover, and the background will be at the center. Also, background no repeat. Then we'll now use the style to add the background image. So here we'll add background image, and we're going to use URL. So we'll start with backtick URL $, open our curly braces, then I'll call the background image. Okay, so here where we have this div for this transparent, so we'll style it as well. Class name, position will be absolute because we want it on top of the background. Insert will be 0. Background color will be gray 900. We'll set the opacity to 30. So opacity 30, and Z index should be 10. Okay. Then we'll have this div here. Position here will be relative. Z index will be 20 because we want it on top of the overlay. Flex colon. The items should all be at the center. Justify center. There should be a space. Justify center. The height will be full, and the text will be at the center as well. The text color should be white, and we'll have a padding of 4 here. Okay, so where we have this, let's see what's the next thing. The h2 tag. Okay, class name, the text size should be large, and a medium screen. The text should be Excel. Then we'll have a margin bottom of 4. Tracking wildest. I want to convert it to uppercase. Okay, for our h1 tag, class name, text should be 4XL, and here text should be 6XL. The fonts will be bold, and we'll have margin bottom of 6. Okay, now for our button, class name, the background color will be orange 500. The text color will be black. The fonts bold. Then we'll have a height of 3, a width of 6, rounded LG. That's for border radius. Okay, PX should be 6, while PY will be 3. Okay, so let's see what we have now. Okay, this is what we have. This is the hero section right here. So the next thing that we're going to build now is the menu display. So we're going to close the hero section now, and then we're going to open our menu display. So before we do anything in the menu display, we need to first work on our context. So the context will be the powerhouse for this entire website, where we are going to write all our logics that we're going to use in other components. So instead of having to pass it down as props, we're going to have it in our context, and we can use it directly in any other component. So in context, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to name it shop context.gsx. So in the context, the first thing we need to do is to import React from React package. And then we're going to create the context for this shop context. So we're going to have export. I'm going to use export because we're going to use the shop context in other part of the application. So export const shop context will be equal to create contexts. Then the next thing is to create the function for our context provider. So we're going to have const shop context provider will be equal to, we'll pass children and the parameter. So here we're going to have children and we're going to export the context provider. Okay, so here export defaults shop context provider. So in the shop context function, in the shop context provider function, we are going to have our variables. It's the state variable that will store the products. That is the menu that we want to display. And then we're also going to export. So let's start with this return. We're going to return shop context.provider. And in between this, we're going to pass the children. Okay, so in the shop context provider, we're going to pass the values that we want to use in other parts of the applications. Okay, so here in the value, we're going to have our functions, variables, and every other thing. So now, let's create the state variable that is going to hold the product. So we're going to have const state variable product setter function set product. So the setter function is going to update the state variable whenever the state changes, and the use state here will be from the products that we have here. Okay, from this product here. So first we need to import. We're going to import assets from our asset file. Oh, we're going to import products, not assets. We're going to import products from our asset file. So by default, for the product states that we have here, we want to use the products that we have imported from the asset file. So here, products. And in the value, we're going to pass products so that other components can have access to it, can use it without having to pass it down as props. Okay, so now that we have this, I'll close this as well. We have our products here in shop context. We can now use this in our menu display. So right here, the first thing we need to do is to extract the products that we have here. Okay, so in our menu display, I'm going to create this product will be equals to use context shop context. Okay, so before any other thing, there's something we need to do in our main.gsx. We need to wrap our shop context around our application. So here we're going to have shop context provider, and then I'll cut this, Ctrl X, and I'm going to paste it in between shop context provider. This is to ensure that the entire application have access to the logic, functions, variables, and everything in our shop context. Okay, so back here, let's close this. So shop context. Next thing we're going to do is to start building. First off, in our menu display, we're going to have the category selection, where users are able to filter based on the category of their choice, and then we're also going to display the menu for the restaurant. Okay, so we need to get the category item from here. Let me close this. From the assets I showed you earlier, we need to get this category item because this is where we have the category titles. So right here, I'm going to import category item from asset folder. Then we're going to create a state variable that is going to hold the category and a setup function to update the category whenever it changes. We have several categories here. We have all categories: spaghetti, pizza, rice, noodles. So we're creating a state variable that's going to hold the category and a setup function to update it. And by default, we want to set the category to all. So we're going to have const category setup function set category be equals to use states or category, which is the same thing as what we have here. Okay, so now that we have this, we can now start building. So we'll start with a div tag. We will start with the section header. So I'll have, let me write a comment, section header. We'll have a div tag. And the div tag will have an h1 tag. And it's going to take this text. Okay, so after the section header, we're going to have the category buttons. So let's just say category buttons. Okay, then we'll have a div tag here. In the div tag, we'll have an h2 tag. And it will take this text, explore our categories. Okay, then we'll have the list that is going to contain the category items. So in this list, we're going to map over our category items that we imported here. We're going to map over it to display each of the category title in form of a list. Okay, so we're going to here, right here, we'll map category item dot map. We'll pass item and the index number for individual. Okay, right here, we'll display each of the category title as a list. Okay, and it's going to take item dot category title. For each list, we're going to have a key, which is going to be the index, and it will uniquely identify each of the category title. Alright, so this is what we have. Also, there is something that we're going to do as well. We are going to use an onClick method to call the category function to set the category, to update the category if there's any change in the category. Okay, by default, we set it to all. So if the user clicks on the next category, we want to update that category. So in the list here, we're going to have an onClick. Then we'll create a function to call the set category. Okay, we're passing the previous category as a parameter. Then we want to check if the previous category is the same thing as item dot category title. If it is, it should display all. If it is not, it should display the item dot category title. Okay, so let me close this here so that we can have a larger screen. Next thing we need to do after these lists, after the entire div tag of the category buttons, is the product display. So here, product or menu display, whichever one. So we'll have a div tag. In this div tag, we're going to map over the products and also filter the product based on category and display all products if it is not filtered, display product if it is filtered. But first off, we need to check if there are no products available. If the product length is 0, it should display that no product is available. If it is more than 0, then it should display all our products. So here we'll have products dot length. If it's greater than 0, So if the product dot length is greater than 0, we want to do this, display this, and if it is not, we want to display this. Okay, so I'm going to start with what would what we want to display if the product dot length is less than 0. That means if we have no product in our asset, so we want to display a p tag that would say no menu available. So here, no menu available. And if there is anything, if we have menu, if it is available, then we are going to map over the product and also filter. So we'll filter first. We're going to have product dot filter. We want to filter products based on category. So we're going to check if category is equals to all category, or category equals product dot category. Then we are now going to display it. So we'll have dot map method. We'll pass product as well. Then we'll create our function where we are going to display. Okay, so we're going to have a div tag. In this div tag, this div tag will be the card, the product card. So for each menu, so we're going to have a key, and the key will be products dot underscore ID. The key here is to identify each individual product, each individual menu card. Okay, so in this div tag, in this card, we're going to have an image, which is the menu image, and the image here will take product dot image. After the image tag, we're going to have the product details. So there we'll have a div tag. In this div tag, we'll have another div tag. So we'll have another div tag. In this other div tag, we'll have an h3 tag. And this h3 tag will be for the product's name. So here we're going to have product dot name. After this h3 tag, we're now going to have a span tag. In this span tag, we'll have another span tag for the price. So right here we'll have $, products dot price. After the span tag, we'll have a div tag. Now we'll have a p tag. So here in the p tag, this is where we're going to have the product description. So I'm just going to have like a dummy text. Okay, so this is our product card. We have mapped over, we have checked the lengths. If we have no product available, then display no menu available. If we have menu available, that means if the menu is greater than 0, then we want to display this. We want to filter the products based on category, and we're checking if the category is the default one or if it matches with item.category. Whichever way it is, we're going to map over the product so that we can display our product card. Okay, so this is what we have. Now we're going to mount this menu display in our app.gsa. So here, menu display. If we check now, we're going to see that we have the categories here, right? We have the products displayed. This is pizza, this is noodles, this is drink, chicken, pizza. We have all our products displayed right here. And then if we click on any category, if I click on spag, only the products that matches with this category will be displayed. If I click on pizza, only these two products will be displayed. If I click on rice, these two products will be displayed. Noodles, these two will be displayed. Chicken, drinks, these products will be displayed. Now let's style. For the first div tag, we'll start styling. Class name will have px for py 12. The max width will be 6XL. Want everything at the center, so MX Auto. Then for the section header as well, we'll have our class name. We want all text at the center. So text center, margin bottom will be 6. Then for our H1 tag, we'll have text for Excel. The font will be bold. Text will be gray 800. Now for the category buttons here, we'll style this div as well. The text will be at the center as well. And the margin bottom will be 8. The H2 tag, text to Excel, font will be medium. Margin bottom will be 4. Text color will be gray 700. Now for the lists item, this will require, okay, so right here where we have this, I'll press enter so that we can style on another page, on another line. So we'll have our class name. We'll do the general styling. So here, open our curly braces, then backtick, cursor, pointer. We'll have this. Then we'll have PY with 2, rounded full, and the font will be medium. Text will be small, and we'll have a transition all, and we'll have a duration as well. Duration will be 200. Then we're going to have a conditional styling. So if the category is active, so if category equals to item.category title, we want to display a certain background color, and we want to have a color on the text. If it is not active, we want to have a certain color as well. So I'm just going to use this $sign, then I'll open our curly braces. So in the curly braces, we're going to check if category equals item.category title. That means if it is active, then we'll change the background color to amber 500. No, we're going to use orange 500. The text color would be white. Then if it is not active, we're going to change the background color to gray 200. And when you hover on it, when it's not active, the background color will be orange 200. Okay, so that is for this. Now for the product grid display, we'll style this as well. Class name display would be grid template colors would be 2. Then we'll have a gap of 3, gap of 8, gap will be 8. Grid template column will be 1. On the medium screen, grid template column will be 2. Now for each card, we'll style this as well. Display will be flex, items at the center. We'll have a gap of 6. The padding, we'll set it to 4. We'll have a border color will be gray 100. We want the border radius around the surrounded XM, and then a small shadow, so shadow small. There should be a space between this, so shadow will be small. Now for the image, the width will be 30, the height will be 30, objects cover rounded full. Then for this div tag that we have immediately after the image tag, we'll style this as well. This is for the product details. Class name flex will be 1. For this other div tag, display would be flex, justify between, items center. Now for the H3 tag, which is the product name, Text to be large. The font weight semi-bold. Text color should be gray. 800. Text. Okay. Text gray. 800. Then for the span tag that we have here, the text large as well. Font semi-bold. Text color orange. 600. Position will be relative, and we'll have margin left of 4. Now this span tag here, where we're going to have the dash 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 dash. Okay, so we'll style this as well. Class name before content will be nothing. Oh, common. Okay, what is the problem? Let's see. Before content, nothing. Then before, after, before absolutes, then before. We'll set the width to 10. We'll set the border. The border at the bottom. So here, before border at the bottom, we'll have border dotted. Then before border gray, color will be 400. Then we'll have before left will be 12, negative 12. So here before top would be half. Then before transform, before, now we'll have negative translate, y-axis half as well. Okay, so if you notice we have like a line error here. That is because we have a single quote here, and we're quoting this class name with a single quote. So we're going to change this. Oh, Control Z, Control Z. Okay, we're going to change this to a double quote, and we're going to do the same thing here. I'll change this to a double quote, so we don't have any error again. Now we can style the p tag now. So class name, the text should be small. The text color will be gray. Text gray, 500. And the margin top will be 1. Class name, text at the center. Span 2. And the text color should be gray, 500. Okay, so if we view our browser now, this is what we have. We have a few corrections to make, starting with this right here. Okay, so the UL tag here, we didn't style it, so we need to do that. So class name, display will be flex wrap, justify center, and we're going to have a gap of 4. That should do it. Let's see. All right, so this is what we have now. Now the text here and the price should be at the center. Let's correct that as well. Okay, so here for each card, items center, I missed this. Let us see. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is looking all good. So let's see. If I click on Spag, we should have just 2. If I click on pizza, if I click on rice, noodles, chicken, drinks, as you can see, it's filtering based on the category of my choice. Now we need to create the reservation form. So I'm going to close the menu display, asset folder, shop context. I'll close this assets as well. Then I'm going to open my reservation form. So this is the reservation form. We'll start by building this. So first off, we need to first, in the reservation form, we're going to have a form that would have the title, full name, email, password. Oh, we don't need password, sorry. We need full name, email, phone number, reservation date, and timestamp, time slots for users to select the time and also select number of guests. So first, we need to create a function to dynamically generate the time slot string from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So that's the first thing that we'll do here. So we're going to have const. I'll name the function generate time slots will be equal to. So we'll start in the function. The first thing we're going to do is to create a variable that will store the time slots, and we're going to initialize it with an array. So we're going to have const slots will be equals to an array. Then we're going to loop. We use for loop to loop from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and the final slot will be 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. So we use for open brackets, let hour be equals to 9 hour less than 21 hour plus plus. If you have no idea of for loop, please do well to learn that. So that is it. Then we're now going to convert 24 hours format to 12 hours format for the start time. We'll start with the start time, then we'll continue with the end time. So we're going to have const start hour. We'll start with start hour will be equal to hour modulus 12. We'll use the ternary operator to check. If hour modulus 12 is 0, then it's 12 hours. If it is not, we want to do hour modulus 12. Okay. Then we need to set the period for the start time. So we're going to have const start period will be equal to, if hour is less than 12, we're using a ternary operator, then it is AM. If it is not, then it is PM. Okay. Then also we'll convert the 24 hours format to 12 hours format for the end time, which is 1 hour after the start time. So we're going to have const end hour will be equal to hour plus 1 modulus 12. We're going to check if it is 0, then it is 12 hours. If it is not, okay, it is 12. If it is not, then it is hour plus 1 modulus 12. We'll do the same thing for the end period. So we're going to have const end period will be equal to hour plus 1, that is AM. If it is not, in caps lock AM. If it is not, then it is PM. Okay. So if hour plus 1 is less than 12, that should be it, less than 12. So after this, now would create the format for 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. So we use slots dot push method push. We'll start with our backtick, then the dollar sign. Open our curly braces. Start hour 00. Then the start period to end hour 00 to
end period.
Okay.
Then
We're now going to return, after this, we're going to return the array of time slots for use.
this is what we're going to use, the array that we're going to use in our drop down. We'll get this soon and we're going to see why we have this function. Okay, so now let's design. So we'll start with the div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a form tag. After the form tag, we'll have another div tag. So the form tag will be on the left and the div tag will be on the right. In between the form tag, we're going to have our h2 tag, and it will say reserve a table. After this h2 tag, we're going to have an h1 tag, dine with us, then an hyphen, span tag,
And in between the span tag,
we're going to have reserve now.
okay, so after this h1 tag,
We're now going to have a div tag.
in this div tag, we'll have
One div tag. Right here, we'll have the label. And this is going to take full name. And then we'll have an inputs field. Inputs for text. So here, inputs for text.
we'll have a placeholder full name.
Full name. And it will be required. Then we'll have another div tag. Label, email, and the inputs field. Oh, where do I keep typing?
Will be for email.
The placeholder
Will be email.
Then we'll have a div tag as well.
After this,
We'll have a div tag. Label. This is for phone number.
after this, the input field,
Input for telephone. So we're going to have telephone here. We'll have a placeholder for phone number as well. Placeholder phone number. And this is going to be required as well. Required. Then we'll have another div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a label for reservation dates. So here, reservation dates. After this, we'll have an input. Input for dates.
doesn't need any placeholder
Because it's just going to display a calendar, so it's going to be required as well.
Then we'll have
Another div tag after the div. We'll have our label. This is going to be time of reservation. And we're going to have a select option. Select. Okay.
so in the select option,
It's going to be required as well. Then in between the select tag,
we're going to have the options.
so we're going to have option,
And here,
the option will display select time.
after this, we're now going to dynamically generate time slots from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. by mapping over the generate slot function that we created earlier.
So here we're going to have, we'll call the generate slot function and we'll map over it.
Map
Slots, and then we'll pass the index
number
to uniquely identify each of them. Okay,
right here. We're going to have
option. option, the value will be slots, and we'll have the key will be the index number, and then the option value will be slots. So after this div tag, we'll create another div tag for the guest. So we'll have a div tag here, then we'll have a label, and the text in between the label will be number of guests. Then we're going to have our select tag as well. Select. Okay. I'm going to clean this. Then in between the select tag, we're going to generate options from 1 to 10 guests using array.map. And then we'll create an array of 10 elements using array. And we'll map over the array to generate the option elements for the drop-down menu. So let's do that. We're going to have array, spread it, array dot array 10. We want to generate 10 dot keys dot map. We'll pass index number. Then we'll create our array function here. Then we're going to display the option. Okay, the value here will be I plus 1, and the key would be I plus 1 as well. So the text that will be here will be I plus 1 guests. So this is going to generate 1 to 10. Okay, so after this selection, we're going to have the button to submit. After this div here, this div, we're going to have the button as a submit type, and it's going to be book now. Okay, so that is for the left side for the form. Then we're going to do the right side. We'll have a div tag. In this div tag, we'll have an h3 tag. Then we'll have a p tag. I'm going to input the text of the h3 tag and p tag. Then we'll have another div tag. We're going to have an h3 tag and then 2 p tags. Then after this div, we'll have another div. We're going to have an h3 tag and 2 p tag as well. After this div here, we'll have a div tag, and we'll have an h3 tag. Then we're going to have a div tag for the icons. So we're here to install React icons, so we're going to come back to that soon. Now let's start with the first h3 tag. It will take this text address, then the p tag will take this text. Then we're going to have the next h3 tag that will take this text. Then for the p tag, it will take this text. For the next p tag, it will take this text. Then we have another h3 tag here. I will take this text, contacts. The p tag will take this text, phone. Would be plus, open our bracket, 000, close it again. Then we'll have 000, just a random phone number, and we'll have email. It will be example@gmail.com. Okay, so for the next h3 tag, it will take this text, stay connected, and we're going to have the icons here. So right now, this is what we have. So we're going to mount the reservation form after the menu display. So we're going to have reservation form. This is the form that we have. Now let's style this. So, but before styling, we need to do some things. We have our form here that we're going to fill. Right? We need to use the use statement to manage the form input values. And we're going to initialize with empty values for all the fields except the guest, which by default is going to be 1. So right here, we're going to have const form data. This form data will enable us send form to the backend will be equals to use it. We'll have an object for each field. This is going to take name. This will take email. And then we're going to have phone number. Then we'll have the dates. Then we'll have the time. And we'll have guests. By default, we're going to set guests to 1. Next thing we need to do is to create a function to update the states whenever any form input changes. Okay, so we're going to have const undo DLE changes E. So first thing in the function, we need to spread the existing form data and update the input field changes using the property name. Okay, so we'll set the property name for each of the input field now. But before that, let's write the function to update. Set form data. We want to spread the existing form data and then update the inputs that changed using the property name. So we're going to spread form data, comma, then we'll have e.target dot property name e.target dot value. Okay, so we've done the needful. Now we need to bind the property name with the input field and also call the function that is going to undo the changes for any input field and also set the value of the input field with the form data. So that's what we're going to do for each of the input field that we have here. So first of all, the name of this field, the name would be name. That is the name of this field. Then we're going to bind the value. This is going to be form data dot name of the field, and we'll call the unchange. We use the unchange method to call the undo changes function. So it's to undo change whenever we make a change to the field. Okay, so I'm just going to let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. I'm going to copy what we have here because we're going to use it in every other field. I'll paste it here. So the name here will be for email. So I'm going to have Ctrl D, email. Okay. Then the next one will be for phone number. I'll paste this. The name here, the property name here will be for phone. So Ctrl D. I'm selecting this. This is going to be phone. Then the next one is for dates. So the property name will be for date as well. I'll change this from name to dates. The next field is for after the dates. Okay. The next field is for the time. So we're going to change the name property and also bind the value with the name. So here this is going to be for time. Then we'll have for number of guests as well. The property name will be changed to guests. Okay. So now that we have this, we can now start styling. Okay, so let's start styling. We'll have our class name here. Minimum height should be the screen size. The background color, we're going to use this color code hash FFE2B7. The padding will be 6. And on medium screen, the padding will be 12. Then we have this div tag right here. Class name, the max width should be 6XL. Max auto. The display will be grid. Grid calls 3. and we'll have a gap of 8.
Now for the form tag itself,
I'm going to delete this action here.
class name,
Okay. Co-span 2. The background color will be white. The padding will be 8. Padding 8. Rounded.
LG,
Shadow should be medium. Now we have the H2 tag here.
class name,
Text.
Excel,
The font will be semi-bold. And the text color will be orange. ORAN.
orange 400.
And it should be uppercase.
Now for the H1 tag,
Class name. The text should be 3
times the size,
The font should be bold. Margin bottom will be 4.
and for the span tag that we have here, we're going to style this as well.
The text color will be orange 400.
Then we have a div tag here as well. We'll style this div tag. The display will be
Grid. And on the medium screen, grid goes 2.
we'll have a gap of 4.
So gap will be 4.
Now for the second div tag, have class name. The display will be grid as well,
But the gap
will be 1.5. So each of this label and inputs is wrapped by a div tag. So we're going to use the same styling. So I'll copy the styling here for this div. I'll paste it here. Or Ctrl Z. Let me copy it again. I think I copied the wrong thing. I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. I'll paste it here. I'll paste it right here. And I'll paste it here as well. I'll do the same thing here. Okay, I think that's all for the wrappers. Okay, now we're going to style the labels. Class name. Okay, I'm going to style everything at the same time. So I'm going to highlight this. Then use Ctrl D to select everywhere we have HTML4. Then we'll have class name. The font should be bold for everything. Okay, so we have achieved that. Next is the input field. Alright. So where we have, I want to try and style everything at the same time. I don't know if that is possible. Okay, where we have undo changes, I'm going to select everything, Ctrl D. Okay. I'll press enter, then I'm going to style it all. Class name, the width will be 4. Padding will be 3. 3. Oh. Padding 3. Margin bottom will be 3 as well. We'll have a border. Rounded LG. Focus ring. So here, focus ring. Then we're going to have focus ring blue 300. That's all for the styling right here. Next thing to style is the button. So class name, the width will be full. The background color should be orange 600. Margin top will be 4. Text color will be white. Padding of 3. Rounded LG. Then we're going to style the right side here. So we have our class name. The background here will be black. The text color will be gray. 300. Padding will be 8.
rounded LG. We'll have a shadow MD. Then we'll have space Y Z.
Alright, so we are going to style the three div tags that we have.
So I'm just going to have class name, text will be large, font will be bold. So we're going to use the same styling for the div tag that we have here. We'll do the same thing for the div tag that we have here. And we'll do the same thing for the div tag that we have here. Okay. But for this, we're going to add a little styling. Margin bottom will be 2.
Okay.
Okay, text grade 300. I just noticed this. So let's see what we have now.
Okay, this is what we have. It looks good. The only thing left is the icon. So let's get icons from React Icons.
So let's install React Icon. We're going to visit the official website of React Icon. And then we're going to visit React Icons here as well. There's React Icons.github.io/React Icon so that we can select icons of our choice. But first, let's install React Icon. You're going to copy the installation code here, and then you're going to paste it in the terminal. Okay, I'm just going to open a new terminal. Open an integrated terminal, and I'm going to paste what I just copied from the terminal. I'm going to paste this. Okay, so while this is installing, we need several icons for Facebook. So if you just type here, you're going to see several icons that you can just select from. So I'm going to be using this icon. Copy the code here at the top, then you paste it where you're supposed to paste your imports. Then you copy the tag, and then you paste it where you need it to be. Okay, so I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, so we need icon for Twitter. It's formerly known as Twitter. Now it is X. Okay. Okay, X. I'll copy this. Then I'll come paste it right here. And I'm going to paste the tag. I'll copy the tag, and I'll paste it where I want it to be. Then I'll do the same for Instagram. Oh, typo error. Okay, I'll use this icon here. I'll copy this, and I'm going to paste it where I want it to be. Then the tag as well, I'll copy it, and I'll do the same thing, paste it where I want it to be as well. Okay, there's something that we need to do. Okay, so this React icon here belongs to this FA group, FA6. So I'm just going to, instead of having 2 lines of code, I'm going to make them 1. So I'm going to cut this, add a comma, and paste this here. Okay, so I'm going to delete this line. This is still going to work. I just concatenated them. Next icon we need is the YouTube icon. Okay, so I'm going to use this icon here. Copy the line of code, paste it here. You can see that it belongs to the same group. So I'm going to cut this, Ctrl X, add a comma, paste this here. Then I'm going to delete. Then this as well. I would come right here and paste. Okay, so as you can see, React icon has been added to the package. If we check our package log.json, we should see React icon right here. Okay, so we have all our icons. Now let's style. So for our icons, we'll style class name, text. The size of this icon will be 4XL, and the color, we're going to use red 500. So we'll use the same styling. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. Do the same thing right here, and do the same thing right here. So right now, this is what we have. Okay, so let's style the container. So right here, we're going to style this class name. Display will be flex, gap of 4. Alright, so now this is what we have. This is what we have now. Display is flex, we have gap of 4. Okay, next thing we need to do now is to create our footer. So I'm going to close the reservation form. Then I'm going to mount the footer component right here. I'll close this, then I'll open footer. So now let's create our footer section. We will have the top and bottom section. So I'm just going to have top, another comment, bottom. Now let's start with the top section. We'll have our div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have an h2 tag. After the h2 tag, we'll have a p tag. After the p tag, we'll have a div tag for an input field, input for email, and a button that would say join us. Join now. Okay, so the h2 tag will take this text, then the p tag will take this text. Okay, for the input, we'll have a placeholder that would say enter your email. Now to the bottom section, we'll have the div tag. So for the bottom section, we're going to have left and right. So left, and then another comment, right. In the left section, we'll have a div tag, and it will start with an h2 tag, then another div tag. For icons, so we're going to use Facebook, icon, Instagram, and YouTube. So I'm just going to head over to reservation, and I'm going to copy these icons here. So I'll paste this and I'll close it. I'll come in as well, Instagram. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. I will close this. Then we'll have the YouTube icon as well. I'll copy this and I'll paste it right here. Okay, so these are the 3 icons that we're going to use. Then for the right section, we'll have a div tag as well. In this div tag, we'll have a list. So it's going to take 4 list items. The first list item will take all. The second will take services. The third will take about us. And finally, this will take privacy policy. Privacy policy. Then we're going to have a p tag right here for copyright. And it's going to take this text. Okay. For the icons that we're using, we need to import them, right? So I'm just going to head over here and import. We're using Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So I'm going to copy all of this first off. I'm going to paste it right here. Then I'm just going to delete this Twitter because we're not using the Twitter icon. Okay, and in the footer, we did not import our footer. So I'm going to import footer from the components. So now if we check, this is what our footer looks like. Now let's start. So I'm going to close this, then we'll start styling the footer. We'll start with the first div tag. So we'll have our class name, display will be flex. Flex direction will be colon. We'll have a gap of 12. PS6, PY16. The background color will be white. Then for the top section, class name, display will be grid, place content at the center. We'll have a gap of 6 and the text will be at the center as well. Then for the h2 tag that we have here, we'll start with this. Text will be 4XL. The fonts will be bold. The text color will be gray, 800. And where we have this p tag, we're going to style this as well. Text will be large. The text color will be gray, 600. Now for the container that wraps the input, this will be flex, items. Items will be at the center. Justify center. The Mac suite will be Excel. So here MX Auto,
we want it at the center.
and the width will be full.
Now when we have the input field,
We're going to style that as well. So we'll have
class name,
flex, grow, px 4, py will be 3,
we'll have a border,
2, and the border on the
border right will be 0.
the border color will be orange 500. Okay, we want the border radius on the left hand side.
So rounded L4.
Outline will be none, and the text will be small. That is for the placeholder. Then we'll have a button right here.
So class name,
The background color will be orange
500.
The text color will be white. PX will be 6. PY will be 3.
That's for the height.
Rounded on the right side, full. The font will be bold. Then we have the bottom section. Let me close this so we can have a larger screen.
So for the bottom section, display will be flex.
So class name, display is flex. MD, flex row. Justify between. Items center. Text center. Text center. And we'll have the text left and a gap of 6.
Okay, then the h2 tag that we have here is going to take this text.
Emerald was true. I missed that.
Okay,
So the h2 tag itself,
right here, we're going to style that.
class name, text will be 2XL. The font will be bold. Text gray 800. Now for the div tag, class name, display will be flex. Justify center. MD, justify will be start. Start.
And we'll have a gap of 4. Gap of 4.
Margin top,
We'll set it to 3.
and the text color will be orange. Text orange 500.
Now for the icons,
We'll style this as well. Text 3XL. Cursor. Pointer. So I'm going to copy the styling we have here. I'll paste it right here and I'll do the same thing here.
now for the right side,
Okay, where we have the UL tag for the list, display will be flex, the gap will be 6, justify center, the text will be gray, 700, 700, yeah, that is the color code. So the text will be base as well, text will be base, and the font will be medium.
okay,
Now for the P tag, where we have the copyright section, the text should be at the center, text should be small, and we'll have a margin top of 4. So this is what we have now. This is looking all good.
okay. Then we're going to right click on the backend folder and open it in integrated terminal. So I'm going to expand this now. So right here in our backend file, in our backend folder, we need to create a file and we're going to name it server.js. Before anything, we're going to, in our terminal, we're going to run this command npm init, press enter.
Our package name is backend, press enter, version, description, entry point, as you can see, is server.js. Press enter, test command, git repository, just keep pressing enter until you get to OK. Then we're going to install other dependencies that we need now. So npm install. We'll start by installing cores. I would explain what each of them are for. So after typing, and then we'll install .env, then express, nodemon, mongoose, malta, JSON web token, cloudinary. So let me expand this so that we can see the screen properly. Cloudinary. So we're going to install all of these. So let me explain what each of them is for. The cause here is a security feature in web browser that restricts how resources on the server can be accessed from different domains. So this is a package in Node.js that helps us configure access permission. Then we have .env, which is a package that loads the environment variable from a .env file, keeping sensitive data like our API keys, and it secures and separates it from the code. Then we have our express. Our express package will be used to undo server requests, and nodemon is a tool that automatically restarts a Node.js application when it detects a file change. And mongoose here is a library for working with our MongoDB in Node.js. It helps us structure, define schemas, and interact with our database easily. Then we have the Malta, which serves as a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js, and is often used to process images, PDFs, and other files sent via form. In this case, we're going to use the Malta to process our image upload for the menu. Then we have JSON web token, which is a package used for creating and verifying JSON web tokens, which help us with user authentication and authorization. Then we have cloudinary as well, which is a cloud-based service that helps store and manage. It helps store, manage, and optimize images and video that are often used for uploading and saving media files. So in this case, we're using cloudinary for image, and we're using Malta for image as well. Then I'm going to press enter now. Okay, so we've encountered an error because the spelling of cloudinary is not correct. We need to retype everything now. So I'm going to recopy everything, and I'm just going to, this is going to be cloudinary. Then I'm going to press enter. I'm going to reduce this, and we're going to see we have cloudinary, cause.env, express, JSON web token, mongoose, malta, nodemon. All of this has been installed. Now in our scripts, I'm going to delete this test. And after the main file, which is server.js, we're going to have our type. So type here is going to be module, and I'll add a comma. Okay, so after our start file, we are going to have our server, a property for server, and here we want to always restart our server with nodemon server.js. Okay, now we're going to create a very simple server and test out our server. So we're going to start creating the server. First, we need to import our express from express package, which we're going to use to handle server requests. So import express from express package, and then we're going to import our cause, which will enable cross-origin resource sharing. We import cause from cause package, and then we are going to load environment variable from .env file, which we are here to create. So I'm just going to have import. So we're going to create the file now. .env /config, and now we are going to initialize our express app. Const app will be equals to express, and we set the server port from the environment variable or to a default to 4000. So const port will be equals to process.env.port or 4000.
The port is going to be port 4000. And now we need to enable CORS for handling cross-origin requests. So here we're going to have app.use, open our brackets, and we're going to have CORS. And then we'll pass the incoming JSON payloads. So app.use, open brackets, express.json. Now we're going to check if our API is working. So we're going to have app.get, open our brackets, then we'll pass request and response as the parameter. We'll create our function. Response.send is going to be API working, and then we'll start our server after this. App.listen, we'll pass the port, comma, create the function with no parameter. In the console, we are going to have server started on ports. Then we'll concatenate it with the ports, which is 4000. Then we'll remove this. Okay, so now we need to test our server, but before that, let's create our project structure. We're going to have the config folder. We'll create another folder for controllers. We'll create another folder for middleware, WARE. We'll create another folder for models. We'll create another folder for routes. And finally, we'll create a file for .env. Okay, so now let's test this server. In our terminal, we're going to run this command, npm run server, and I'll press enter. And now you can see in our terminal we're getting server started on port 4000. Server, started. You can see that NodeMon has restarted the server because of the simple change that we just made now. So this server is working. Now we need to set up our database, and we'll connect it with our local server that we have here. So I'll close all of these, and we're going to visit the official website of MongoDB. So MongoDB Atlas, press enter. So you visit the website, click on the link, and it's going to lead you to the website. On the website, click on sign in. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. So I'm just going to log in now because I have an account. So when you visit the official website, you're going to create a new project. So we'll click on view all projects, and then click on new project. We're going to create a new project here. We'll name our project to Restaurant Reservation MERN. Then you click on next. Ensure that your email is available. And now a new project has been created, Restaurant Reservation MERN Overview. Then click on Create Cluster. It will lead you to another page. So to deploy your cluster, we're using the free package, Cluster 0. You can use any provider of your choice, Amazon Web Service, Google Cloud, Azure, whichever one. Then select the region that is closest to you. I'm in Africa, so I'm going to select Cape Town, and I will click on Create Deployment. And right now, you are going to change the password that you have here. Then you click on Create Database User, then choose a connection method. Click on drivers. We're using Node.js, sorry, and this is the latest version. So we've already installed our driver for MongoDB. We have installed Mongoose. Okay, now we're going to copy this line of code from MongoDB plus SRV down to where we have the /. You copy this line of code, you head back to your VS Code or whatever editor you're using, then you type in MongoDB _URI will be equal to, you paste where you just copied now, and you're going to delete the /. So it's going to end with .net. Then you come here and click on done. So once that is done, you head over to the sidebar, click on network access,
And then you're going to add a new IP address, allow access from anywhere, click on confirm. Once this new IP address has been active, you get a confirmation email. And now we can now continue with our code. So we're just going to click on clusters again, so that we're going to be on the clusters page. Once we have collection, we'll be able to click on browse collection. So let's create our code to connect our local server with our MongoDB. So in the config folder, we're going to create a file, mongodb.js, lowercase mongodb.js. Press enter. Then first we need to import the mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. We're going to import mongoose from mongoose package. Then we're going to create a function to establish a connection to the MongoDB database. So I'm going to name the function connect database, connect DB, and it's going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. Then we use an event listener to log a message when the database connection is successfully established. So here we have mongoose, Ctrl Z, mongoose dot connection dot on, open our brackets. Once it's connected, we'll create an arrow function here that would log the message. So in the console, we're going to log the message connection available or connection secured, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to use connection secured. After this, we are now going to connect the MongoDB database using the URI that was stored in our environment variable. So here we're going to have await mongoose dot connect, open our brackets. Then we start with a backtick followed by a $sign. Then we open our curly braces, process dot env dot mongodb underscore URI. Okay. Followed by, after the closing curly braces, and this is going to be followed by menu. Let's just have menu here. Then we're going to export the connect database function to use another part of our application. So we're going to export defaults connect GB. So now we're going to open our server file, and after our ports, right here, we're going to connect to database by calling the connect database function. So here, connect DB. This is going to add .js. Okay. And here we're going to add, because we're calling a function, connect DB function. And now you can see that we have a change here, connection secured, server started on port 4000, because that is the message that we want to log in our console, connection secured. So now we've been able to connect with our database, with our MongoDB. So now I'm going to close this. Now the next thing is to set up our Cloudinary as well, to ensure that we're able to upload images. Now you see that these pages are now showing that we can click on them. Before it was default because the database was not connected to any local server. So now let's search Cloudinary. Cloudinary. And on Cloudinary, click on visit the official website, sign up for free. If you have an account, click on login. If you do not have an account, click on sign up. If you have an account, just log in with your account. Once you create an account or once you log in, first we need to copy this cloud name. In our .env file, we are going to have another property for Cloudinary name. Cloudinary underscore name, and we're going to paste what we just copied now. Then we can now continue. First, we need to click on go to API keys, and right here you're going to click on generate a new API key, and it will ask for your email to send confirmation code. It will ask for the confirmation code that will be sent to your email. You're just going to copy and paste the confirmation code there. And you're going to click on approve, and a new API it will be generated for you. You're just going to edit the name. I'm going to use mine as MERN Stack Restaurant Reservation reservation. Click on enter. Now you're going to copy the API key and you're going to paste it here. First, we need to cloudinary underscore API underscore key, and it will be equal to Ctrl Z. Let's have it in a double quote. Then we'll have our cloudinary secret key as well. Cloudinary underscore secrets underscore key to be equal to, we're going to get the secret key from here, API secrets. You come here, then you click on the eye icon, then you can now click on copy and you're going to paste it here. Okay, so we'll close this and now let's start up our cloudinary. I'll create a new file in config folder and I'm going to name the folder cloudinary.js and cloudinary.js. So right here, first thing is to import v2 as cloudinary from our cloudinary package. I'm going to import v2 as cloudinary. From cloudinary package. Then we're going to create a function that's going to connect cloudinary. It's going to be an asynchronous function. So const, I'll name the function connect cloudinary, which is going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. And now we're going to configure, I'll press enter. We'll configure our cloudinary. So here, cloudinary.config, open our brackets, then our curly braces. We'll get the cloud name, and we're getting it from our env file. So process.env.cloudinary name. So I'm just going to copy the keyword here to avoid typo error. Then we need the API key. So API key will be process.env dots. We need the cloudinary API key that we've stored in our env file. Then we need the API secrets. So here, API secrets key is going to be process.env dots cloudinary secrets key as well. We'll paste it right here. So after this, we're going to export our connect cloudinary function so that other part of the application can have access to it. Export defaults connect cloudinary. And in our server.js, we're going to call our connect cloudinary function. So here, connect cloudinary.js. Okay. So now that we've set up our cloudinary, we're going to close all of this. Now in our middleware, we're going to create a file, and I'm going to name it Malta.js. I'll click enter. As I said earlier, Malta is a middleware for handling file upload in Node.js. So we're going to be using it to process our image. So first thing we need to do here is to import Malta package to undo file upload. We're going to import Malta from Malta package. Then we're going to configure the storage setting for uploaded file. So const storage will be equal to Malta dot disk storage. Open our brackets, then open our curly braces. We need to define the finding function to set how the uploaded file should be named. So here we're going to have file name of a function. Open our brackets, requests, comma, file, and callback. And now we're going to use the original file name of the uploaded file. So callback would be pass null, comma, file dot original name. After all of this, we're now going to create an upload instance using the defined storage configuration. So const upload will be equal to Malta. Then we'll have a curly braces storage. Then we'll export the default upload. So export default upload. So now that we're done with our Malta, we're going to close this and we'll start by creating functions. So in our controller function, I would create in our controller folder, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to name it user controllers.js. So right here, we're going to create the function that will undo admin login. And here we're going to name the function admin login, const admin login. It's going to be an arrow function, an asynchronous arrow function, and it will request, and we'll pass request and respond as the parameter. So we'll use our try catch statement. So now that we have our user controllers, we're going to create routes for this as well. I'll create a new file and we're going to name the file user routes.js. So here we're going to set up our routes. First, we need to import Express for Express package to undo server requests. So from Express, and then the admin login here that we have in our user controllers, we need to export it. So here we're going to export the function admin login, and we're going to use the function here, import admin login from controllers.js, from controller folder and user controller file.js. Then we're going to create our router, const user router will be equal to express.router. Then we'll set up the route to access the admin login function. User router dot post method. Then our API endpoint will be /admin, comma, our function admin login. Then we're going to export our route so that other part of the application can make use of it. Export default user router. So now that we have it here in our server.js, we're going to define the route for handling our user router API request. So that's going to be after our express. So here we're going to have app.use, open our bracket, then our API endpoint /API/user, comma, then we're going to call our user router. So user router has been imported. Make sure it ends with .js so that you won't have any error. Now to test if this is working, let us send the message response.json success. We'll set this to true. Message login admin successful. So to test if this is working, we're going to use an extension. We're going to use a tool, and the name of this is called Thunder Client. This is what we're going to use to test. So we'll click on make a new request. So right here we're using the post method, and we need to get our, and in the URL we're going to have https:/API/user/admin. And now, so we're going to use our body here. So let me just make this smaller so that we can have a larger screen. Remember that we are requesting, okay, right here, this is what we have. We have not written the logic yet. So if I click on send now, okay, connection stopped. Okay, let's see, let's restart our server. Okay, this has restarted. Now if I click on send, we're going to get success true, message login admin successful. It means that this API, the function here, we're able to call the function using this endpoint here that we have in our server. Okay, so now we can now write the function to create for admin to login. So first off, in our .env file that we have here, we need to store the admin email and password. So here we're going to have admin underscore email and you're just going to use any email. In this case, we're going to use demo tutorial at gmail.com, and we're going to have our admin password as well, which is going to almost be the same. Admin password. So admin password will be equal to, we're just going to use a demo password, demo 12345, something like that. So now back to our user controllers, we're going to write our function, the function that is going to undo admin login. Okay, so first off, in our try catch, we need to extract email and password from request body. So we're going to have const email, comma, passwords will be equals to request.body. And then we're going to check if the email and password match the stored admin credential, the one we just stored in our env file. We use an if statement to check if email equals process.env dot admin email and password equals process.env dot admin password. If it matches, then we're going to create a JWT token for the admin. So we're going to have const token will be equal to JWT dot, not JSON web token, JWT dot sign, open our brackets, email, concatenate it with password, then process dot env dot our JWT secret key, which we are here to create, but we're going to do that now. JWT underscore secrets. Okay, so we're going to create that now in our env file. And before that, we need to ensure that we import this JWT here. So we're going to get that right here. Import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, import JWT from JSON web token package. And back here in our env file, we're going to have our JWT secrets that I copied now. And I'm just going to give it tutorial because that is what this is. Tutorial. Back to our user controllers. Okay. So this is an if statement to check if the email that the user is trying to log in with matches with the email that the admin has stored in our env file, and if the password matches with the admin password in our env file. If it does, we want to create a token. And if it doesn't, so here we're going to have an else statement. We want to generate a response dot JSON. The success here will be false, comma. We want to generate a message as well. Message is going to be invalid credentials. We're going to have message. Okay, this is supposed to be a bracket, not so a bracket, then success false. Add a comma. Message is going to be error, invalid login details. Invalid login details. Okay, and if it is, we skipped that earlier. If it is, we want to generate a response as well. Response.json. Success will be true, comma, the token. And we can add a message as well to say login successful. Okay, and if there's any error with our try block, we are going to log our error in the console. Error, and we generate a response for the error as well. Response.json, success false. Message would be error.message. So this is for our user controllers. So now let's test. Now this is what we have. So for our admin, we need to log in. right? So right here, let me make this bigger. Oh, we'll start with our email. Email is going to be the email that we have here. Comma. We'll have our passwords to be this as well. We're going to get the password from our env file, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so if we're using our post method, right, if I click on send, you can see success true, message login admin successful. So now we're getting success true, login admin successful, but we don't have the token. So I think we're running into a small error here. Let us see what the error is. Cannot set headers after they are sent to clients. Okay, I think the problem here is we have this response here. Okay, let me delete this message as well, but we can leave it. Now let's try again. If I click on send now, you can see, okay, that was the reason, because we had another response on top before our try catch. So here, success is true. We have the token generated for the admin. We have our message login successful. So this is working perfectly well. Next thing we need to do is to authenticate the admin. So this is working. Let's continue. I'm going to reduce this back. Now we need to authenticate our admin to ensure that the admin, only admin have access. We need to extract the token from request headers. So let me close this user controllers. I'll close this .env file, routes, and all of that. So now in our config, no, not in the config, in the middleware, we're going to create another file, and I'm going to name it admin alt.js. I forgot to add .js. So this authentication is to ensure that when the admin logs in and the token has been saved, the admin can have access to do some things like adding products, removing products. That is what the authentication is for. So first, we're going to create a function, a middleware function to authenticate our admin. I'm going to name the function admin alt. So here, const admin alt will be equals to, it's going to be an asynchronous array function, and the parameters are going to be request, respond, and next. So first off, the usual try catch statement. In our try statement, we need to extract token from request headers. So const tokens to be equal to request.headers. If no token is provided, we want to return an unauthorized response. So if not token, return response.json. Success will be false, message will be unauthorized. Success false, message unauthorized user. And if there is token, we're going to, let me close this. If there's token, we're going to verify the token using the secret key stored in our environment variable. So const, we're going to create a variable token decode will be equal to jwt dot verify, open a bracket, and we're going to pass token, comma, process dot env dot jwt underscore secrets. Okay, and now we'll check if the decoded token matches with the admin credentials, that is the email and password. We're going to use an if statement to do that. Token decode, if it is not equal to process dot env dot admin email, concatenate it with process dot env dot admin password. So now we're going to export this so that it can be used in other protected routes. We're going to have export defaults admin alt. Okay, so the first thing we did, now we need to import the JWT that we're using. So we're going to import JWT from JSON Web Token. Okay, so first thing we did is to create a middleware function to authenticate our admin user to ensure that admin can have access to some things. Then we use our try catch block as usual. First, we extracted the tokens from request headers. If no token is available, if not token, we want to generate a response that the user is unauthorized. And if the token is available here, we are verifying the token using the secret key that we stored in our environment variable. Okay. And now we're using a new statement to check if the recorded token matches the admin credentials, which is the email and password. If it doesn't, that's why we have not here. If it doesn't, want to display a message, user is not authorized. And if it does, we want to move to the next step. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to generate an error response. So this is for admin alt. We're going to use it in protected routes like adding products, removing a product in the admin panel, adding a product from the admin panel to save in the database and to display on the front end. Those kind of stuff, etc. Now, the next thing that we need to do is to add products to front end. So I'm going to close this as well. Now we'll start with our controllers here and we're going to create product controllers. So we're going to create product controllers. Controllers.js. But before writing any function, we need to create our model. So we'll head to model file and we're going to create product models. Models.js. In our product model, we're going to create our product schema. But first, we need to import Mongoose package from Mongoose. So import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we'll create the schema for our products in our database. So const product schema will be equal to new Mongoose dot schema. Open our brackets, then our curly braces, which is going to contain our objects. So first will be the name, and the type will be string. Required will be true because it's required. True. Then we're going to have the price as well. So add a comma after the curly braces. Price. The type here will be number. Required will be true as well. True. We'll add a comma as well. Then we're going to have description. The type will be string, required will be true. So instead of having to type and type, I'm just going to copy and paste this. Then we'll have our image for our product. The type will be string, required will be true. Then we'll have the category. Type string, required true. And finally we'll have the date. And the type is going to be number. So I'm just going to copy this that we have here. And I'm going to paste it here. And now we're going to create a Mongoose model for the product collection. So we're going to check if the product already exists, we would use it. Otherwise, we're going to create a new one. So we're going to have const product model will be equal to mongoose dot models dot product or mongoose dot model into brackets the product model, comma, we use our product schema. Okay, after this, we are now going to export the product model to use another part of the application. So we're going to have export default product model. So after creating our model, we're now going to write all our functions to add products to the front end from the back end, to get the list of product, to remove product, and to get single product. So what we're going to do here is to write a function. It's going to be an asynchronous function. First, we need to create a function to add a new product. So add products will be equal to async arrow function, and the parameters are going to be requests and respond. Then we'll create the second function, which is to get the lists of products. It's going to retrieve all products from the database, and we're going to send them in our response. So const lists products will be equal to async. Parameter will be request and respond. Then we'll have const, another function to remove a product. We're going to find the product by its ID, and we're going to delete it from the database. So here it's going to be const remove products will be equal to async request and respond. Then we're going to create another function to fetch the detail of a single product. Okay, so we're going to have const single products will be equal to async requests or respond. Then we'll create our arrow function. So for each of these functions, now we're going to export them. Export add product, lists products, remove products, and single products. Okay, now the next thing, first we're going to test each of this function if it's working. But before we can test, we need an API endpoint to access each of these functions. So we're going to create the product route for each of them. In the routes folder, we'll create a file, and we're going to name it product routes.js. In our product routes, we need to import express from express package. And then we're going to import all the functions that we want to create endpoint for. So we'll head back to the controllers, and we're just going to copy each of this, every single one of them, and we'll paste this here. So from dot forward slash dot forward slash dot forward slash controllers slash product controllers.js. Always add .js so that you won't have any error. And also we're going to import our upload function from our middleware, the one that we created here, in multi.js. Okay, so that we can store images. So we're going to import upload from forward slash middleware slash multi.js. So here multi.js. And also we need to import our admin authentication, because we want to ensure that only admin can add products and also remove products. Every other person can get the list of products without authentication, or can fetch for a single product, but only admin can add to products and remove products. So we are going to import admin auth from admin auth from forward slash middleware slash admin auth.js. Okay, so now we are going to create an instance of our express router. So const products router will be equal to express.router. Then we're now going to create the product routes for each of the functions. So we're going to have product router dot post method. We're using post method to send a product, to add a product to our database. So the API endpoint is going to be add, comma. Here we want to ensure that we can upload. We'll call the upload function dot single into brackets image. We want to upload just a single image. Also, we'll add the admin authentication to it to ensure that only admin can add product. And we're going to call the function itself add products. Okay, so that is for the first one. Second, we're going to have product router dot get method. We want to fetch the lists of all the products that we have in our database. API endpoint will be lists, and we'll call the function list products. Then we'll go over to the next one. The next one will be product router dot post method. API endpoint will be removed because we want to delete. This is for deleting, and we'll add our authentication admin auth to ensure that only admin can delete, and we'll call the function remove products. The next one will be for single products. Product router dot get. We want to get the detail of the product slash single. That is the API endpoint, and we're going to pass the function single products. Now we're going to export our product routers to be used in other part of the application. So export default product router. Now that we've created the API endpoint for each of these functions, we'll head over to our server.js, which is our entry point, and we are going to add it here. So here we're going to have app.use. The API endpoint for the product router itself will be / API / products, add a comma, and we'll call our product router. Okay, and if we check here, it has been imported. Always ensure that it comes with .js. If it doesn't, just add .js yourself. So now let's test. Now that we've set up the routes to access the functions that we have in for our product controllers. So you know what we're using to test our Thunder client. And right here, let me minimize this so I can have a larger screen. Okay, so we'll head back here to add products, right? So let's just send a message, response.json, success, true, message, added to products. I don't know, something like that. What a typo error. Okay, so remember that we're going to use the post method to add. So this is the post method. Now this is going to be http localhost port 4000 /API/ this is going to be products /add. If I click on send, connection was interrupted. Okay, let's restart our server. So now if I click on send, we're going to get success false message unauthorized user. And the reason why we're getting this is because in our admin authentication, we want to ensure that there is a token available. The admin is logged in. So first off, to test this, we are going to get the token from request.headers. That means that we need to first log in the admin details to have access. We need to ensure that the admin details is stored in our headers to have access to add-in products. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to use the post method to log in. So here is going to be /user /admin, which we have tried yesterday when I was recording this. Okay, so this is still the, so I'm going to click on send now. This is the token. We're going to copy this token now that is generated for the admin, and we'll head to headers. We'll come right here in the headers. Let me make this small. In the headers, we're going to type in token, and the token we're going to paste what we just copied. Okay, now that we have that in token, in the body, we're not going to have nothing. Let me just delete this. Okay, now we want to have access to these protected routes for our product controllers, and it's going to be to add to products, right? It's going to be /product /add. If I click on send, we're going to get success true message added to product. Okay, reason being that in our product controllers, in our product route, we already added an admin authentication to ensure that only admin that is logged in can have access to add products. Only when the token is saved can the admin have access. Only a registered user and a person with the right credentials to the admin panel can have access to add to products. Okay, so let's say we remove the authentication that we have here.
now. Okay. And now we head back here. And in our headers, let's say I cancel this. Now we have no authentication, right? And we just click on send. Okay. Our server is just restarted. Okay. So if I click on send, we're going to get success true. Message added to product. Remember that I just removed the token, which means that anybody can have access to the add to product. If I just do Ctrl Z, we are back to adding authentication to our products. Okay, without the token, no one can have access to add product. So now, if I click on send now, send, we're going to get success false message unauthorized user. Okay. So now that we understand this now, we can now write the function to add to product and ensure that there's a token when we are testing this out. So let me enlarge this back and let's write our function to add products. So right here, we start with our try catch statement. Try catch. In our try block, we are going to extract product details from request body. So we're going to have const name, comma, we need the price, comma, description, comma, we need the category as well. And this will be equal to request.body. Then we're going to extract the image URL as well. But first we need to define our image. Let image URL equals an empty string. Then we're going to check if image is available. We want to upload it to our Cloudinary, and if there is no image, we're going to use a placeholder to replace the image. So we'll use an if else statement. So if else, for the if condition, if image is available, and then we want to we'll create a variable, let result be equal to upload the image to Cloudinary. Cloudinary.uploader upload into brackets the image path, image.path, add a comma, then the resource type underscore type will be image. Now we're going to use the image URL will be results dot secure URL underscore URL. Okay. Else the image URL will be replaced by a placeholder, just a regular placeholder, https var.placeholder.com/150. This is just a dummy placeholder. Okay. Then after this, we're going to create a new product object with all the necessary details. So we're going to name that product data const. Product data will be equal to name, description. Oh no. Description. I hope you didn't import anything. Okay. Description, comma, category, comma, price. And we must ensure that the price must be a number. So here, number, then we'll pass price, comma, we'll have the image, which is going to be our image URL, comma, the dates. We need to save it as the current date stamp. So we use the dates.now method. Now we are now going to log the product data in our console. So log in console product data. After this, we'll create a new product instance to save it to the database. So we're going to have const products will be equal to new product.model product model. We're going to import product model, so let's not forget that. Product data. Then now we'll save it. Wait. Products.save. Okay, so we've saved this to our database.
this is successful, we're going to generate a response to say success, true, message, product added successfully. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to generate a response. First, in the console, we'll log the response in our console, error. Then we'll generate a response as well. Success will be false. Message could not add products. Let's just say that. Cannot add products. So now we're going to test this by adding products here. Let's see, do we have a token? We have no token. So we need to log in again. So this is going to be localhost port 4000/API/user/admin. I'm going to select this. And in the body, we'll paste this. I cut this earlier. The email and password that we're getting from our env package here. The admin email and admin password. So let's log in so that we can generate a token. So we're going to copy this token now. And we're going to save this in our headers as token. The value, we'll place it here. Then in our body, let's head back here. In our product controllers, the function to add product, we need to extract the name, price, description, category, and from request.body, and also the image as well. So while testing now, in the body, we're going to have, let's try using it as a form right here. So let's say the name and the sample, the value is going to be testing. This is just a test. You can either use it as a form or as JSON. So price, let's say 14 or 12. What else do we need? We need description and category, then the image. So description will still be testing description. And the category would be, let's say, pizza. Then we're going to add an image. We'll click on file, image, and we're going to choose from our file. We're just going to choose this image here. We'll click on open. Now the image has been added. If we click on send now, okay, cannot the structure property email of requested body. Oh, our endpoint is not what we're supposed to use. It's supposed to be, we're using the post method https port 4000/API/products. I missed that /products/add. So now if I click on send now, okay, so we're getting an error, type error, remove product.json is not a function in product controllers. Let's see. Oh, this is supposed to be response.json. So let our server restart now. Connection has been secured now, so let's send again and test. Cannot add products. Okay, so we're getting an error, cannot add products. And right here, if we check our terminal, we can see that the reference error is that image is not defined. So we missed defining our image. So right here, we need to get our image from file. So we're going to have const image will be equal to request.file. This should suffice. Now let's test again. Our server has restarted. Connection has secured. If I click on send now, we have another error, cannot add products, because product model is not defined. We need to define product model here. When coding, error is your friend. Always check. So here we're going to have product model from our models from .models/products-model.js. So with this now, our server has restarted. And also we are uploading our image to Cloudinary. So we missed importing Cloudinary as well. So after our product model, we need to import v2 as Cloudinary from Cloudinary package. Okay, now let's test. So if I click on send now, you can see success is true, message product added successfully. And in our console, we are getting the object, the product data object, from the name to the description to the category to the price to the image and to the dates. Okay, so now we've imported our product model, Cloudinary, we've defined our image,
gotten our details from request.body. So this function is working. Next thing is the list product function. So for our list product now, we'll start with our try catch statements. And in our try block, we're going to fetch all products from the database. So we're going to have const products will be equal to await products model dot find, open up brackets, we want to find all the objects, and we're going to generate the response dot JSON. The success will be true, and we're going to display all the products. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will be responsible for that. We'll log the error in console, and we want to generate a response as well. Success would be false, message would be error.message. Okay, now let's test this as well. So for this, the API endpoint is, we're using the get method, and the API endpoint is /list. So back here, this is going to be /list, and we're going to use the get method because we want to fetch products. Let's make this bigger. Okay, if I click on send now, we should have all the products that has been added. We added just 2 products. Success true. This is the product array that includes all the objects. This is the first product and this is the second product, although they have the same name. So let's send other product as well using the post method, and we'll change the API endpoint to add. So we'll change this to testing name. We want to add more product. Price will be 14, testing description, category would be drinks. We'll leave the image as it is. If I click on send here, this product has been added to cart. That means we have 3 products now. Let's say testing sample, and the price is 16. Testing sample. For the description, testing sample, and the category here would be chicken. We're just going to leave the image as it is. We'll click on send, product added successfully. Now let's see if we can get the 4 products from our database using the get method, and we'll change our API endpoint to be localhost port 4000/API/product/list. If I click on send now, we are going to get 4. Okay, this is the first one with the ID, the name, the price, the description, image. Because we're using the free version of Thunder Client, we're not able to send the actual image, but it's going to be saved in Cloudinary, and we'll be able to extract it in our admin panel. Okay, this is category pizza. This is the date in real time. This is the same thing here. Now this is the third one, testing name, price here, description, the image, the category is drink, and the dates. The last one, testing sample, price is 16, description, category is chicken. As you can see, we're able to fetch the list of the products. So let's enlarge back and get back to coding. Now the next function that we need to work on is to remove products by ID. So we would continue with our try catch block. Try catch statements. In the try block, we want to delete products by ID from our database. So it's going to be await product model dot find by ID and delete. Requests dot body dot underscore ID. We want to get the product ID before we delete it. Then we generate the response once this is successful. So this is response.json, success true, and the message would be products removed. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in console and generate a response. So this is it right here. So let's test this now. Now we have the list of all the products here. So this is the first product, this is the ID. Let's say we want to delete this product here. So we'll add here to our JSON file. Let me cut this off. And let's recopy this. Now I'm going to copy this ID now. Then we'll
would head here to our JSON file. Then I'll cut this. Okay, so underscore ID in a quotes, underscore ID, and we'll paste the ID of what we just copied. Then we'll go back to our product route. Let's see the method we're using. We're using post method. API endpoint is /remove. So we'll come here slash remove, and we're using the post method. We want to remove this product here that has the price of 12, description, testing description, category, pizza. If I click on send, we should get the message success true, message product removed. Okay, you know we have 2 of these. If I click on send again, success is true, message product removed. The 2 products has been removed. Now if we want to get the list of all the products, initially we had 4 products that we've added. Now we should get just 2 products. So let's say we want to get the list of all the products, and I click on send. We're going to get 2. First is testing name and the second will be testing sample. We've removed the product with this ID. Okay, let's say we want to remove this product here with the name testing sample. If we remove this, we're only going to be left with 1 product when we try to fetch the product list. So let me copy the product ID that we have here. I'm going to copy this and I'll replace it here. We're going to use the post method. Our API endpoint will be remove. If I click on send now, success is true, product has been removed. Now if we're going to get the list of all the products that we have, we'll be left with just 1 product. If I click on send, we're going to be left with 1 product. Okay, so this is just what we have now. We've deleted the products with the name, testing sample, the ID, and everything has been cleared from our system. So now we are able to remove products, get the list of products, add products. We'll come back to getting the detail of a single product. So I'm going to close everything that has to do with products, controllers, everything. Now we are going to create the model for reservation. So on the model folder, we create reservation model .js. So we'll start by importing Mongoose library to interact with MongoDB. So we're going to import Mongoose from Mongoose package. Then we'll define the schema for a user reservation in MongoDB. Const reservation schema will be equal to new mongoose dot schema, open our brackets, then we'll have our object. The name, we'll start with the name. The type will be string, required will be true, we'll add a comma. Then I'm just going to copy this for email because the type will be string, required to be true as well. Then we're going to have phone number, Ctrl Z, phone. The type will be string, required to be true. The dates, type will be string, required to be true. The time, type string, required true. And the number of guests, type string, required true. After this, we're going to export the Mongoose model for reservation schema. So we're going to export defaults mongoose.model reservation, comma, reservation schema. After this, we're going to create our controller for reservation. We're going to have reservation controllers.js. In our reservation controllers.js, we're going to need our reservation model. So we need to import it first so that we will not forget it. Reservation. So we've already imported reservation models from reservation, and we're going to create all the necessary functions. First, we need to create an asynchronous function to create reservation. Then we'll create the function to get all reservations, and also the function to delete reservation by ID. So the first function to create reservation, create reservation. It's going to be an asynchronous function.
Async.
And the parameter is going to request
And respond.
Second is to get all reservations. So we're going to have const get all reservation. It's going to be async. Request parameters will be request and respond. And the third, const delete reservation will be equal to async requests and respond.
Then we're going to export all the functions to be used in other
part of the application. Export create reservation, get all reservation, and then delete reservation.
After this, we're going to create the route to enable us to have API endpoints for each of these functions. So in our route folder, we're going to create a new file and we're going to name it reservation routes.js. In our reservation route, we'll start by importing Express from Express package. Import Express from Express package. Then we'll import all the necessary functions that we need from our reservation controllers. I'm just going to come here and copy, then paste it here. So from dot / controllers / reservation controllers .js. And we're going to create the router. Const router will be equals to express.router. Then we'll create the API endpoint, the router for
each of them. So here, router
dot. We'll use the post method.
Then the API endpoint to create reservation will be / create, and we'll call the function
create reservation.
Router dot. We use the get method to get all reservation. This is going to be get. I prefer to use get. Okay, now to delete a reservation, router dot delete. Open our bracket. Okay, this is supposed to be router, not route. API endpoints will be /delete /id.
We need an ID
for this. Then delete reservation function. Then we're going to export default router.
So now we are going to set up the routes in our server.js for our reservation routes. So we'll come here after our product route. We're going to use app.use. Then we'll open our brackets right here. We'll open brackets. Then we'll pass our API endpoint /API /reservation reservation routes. Okay, let's check here. Did we export it? We did. So reservations, we'll add an S. Let's just add an S to it. Reservation routes. And I'm going to import it here. Import reservation routes from dot / routes / reservation routes.js. Okay, so now we're going to test the endpoints. We're going to test this route now to see if we can access it. And we'll be using Thunder Client for that. So I'll open our Thunder Client. So here we want to test for this first one, create reservation. Let's send the response. Let's generate the response. Response.json success true. Then we'll pass a message. Reservation created. Okay, now for our endpoints here, To create reservation, we're going to use the post method. So here we select the post method, and our API endpoints will not be product slash list. It will be reservation slash. This is to create all reservation. If we check our route again, the API endpoint is slash create. So this is going to be slash create. And if I click on send now, our server is still loading. Okay, so if I click on send now, we should get the message success true, message reservation created. If we test the endpoint for this as well, for this function, let me cut this here, and we're going to put it in get all reservation. Reservation, let's say gotten. Right here, the endpoint will be get. To get all reservation, this is the route here, get, and we're going to be using the get method. So if I click on get method now, let our server start. If I click on send now, we're going to see message reservation gotten. Okay, so all of these functions are working. Now let's create the code, the logic that is going to enable all these functions work properly. So we'll start with the function to create our reservation, and we'll start with our try catch statement. In the try block, we'll start by destructuring reservation field from the request.body. So we're going to have const. We need the name, email, phone number, dates, time, and guests to be equal to request.body. Then we use an if statement to validate if any of the fields are missing. If they are missing, we're going to generate a response saying all fields are required. So we use an if statement to check if not name or not email, or not phone, or not date, not time, and not guests, or not guests. They want to generate a response saying that all fields are required. So we're going to return response.json success false message all fields are required. After validation, if all the fields are filled, we are going to create a new reservation instance using our reservation model. So I'm going to uncomment this. So right here, we're going to have const new reservation will be equal to new reservation open our brackets, and we'll pass the name, comma, email, comma, phone number, comma, dates, time and guests, time, comma, guests. And next thing is to save the new reservation to the database. So we're going to use await new reservation dot save method. So this is the function to create reservation. Now, if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in console. So we're going to log the error, and we'll generate a response as well. Response.json error.message. So here we're going to have, I'm going to cut this, Ctrl S, error will be error.message. Message will be error.message. Will be error.message. Now let's test the create reservation function. So open our, and here we want to create. We'll use the post method. And right here, let me minimize this so I can have a larger screen. Okay, so let's try using the form.
the first field name is name. Let's say testing and email tests@gmail.com. And we'll have the phone number. Then we'll have the phone number. So phone, let's just have like a random testing phone number. Then we'll have the date. So the dates, let's say 12th of, I don't know, 2025. The time, we're just going to pick 9 a.m. And guests, let's say 3. Let's click on send. Okay. So our server is there to restart. So let's try and make a change so that the server can restart. So now that we have a connection, if I click on send, okay, cannot the structure property name of requested body as it is undefined. Okay, so let's use JSON file. So now we're going to have name, we give it testing, email, we give it test@gmail.com. Then we'll have phone, just a random number. And we'll have dates, which is going to be 12/05/2025. And we'll have time. Let's say 9 a.m. And we'll have our guests. Let's say 2. If I click on send now, let's see what we have. Right here, if I click on send, you can see message reservation created successfully, and the reservation, we have the name, the email, the phone number, the date, time, number of guests. So let's create another reservation. We're testing sample, and the email will be testing sample@gmail.com. Let's change the date to 16th, and this will be 12 a.m. or 1, I don't know, number of guests, let's say 6. And we click on send, we're going to get the same thing, reservation created successfully, and we're going to get the reservation. Okay, so now we're going to write the function to get all reservations that we have saved in our database. So right here, we start with our try catch statements. And in the try block, we are going to use Mongoose model to fetch all reservation documents from the database. So it's going to be const reservations will be equal to await reservation model dot find method, and after this we're going to send the fetch reservation back in the response. So we're going to have response.json reservations. If there is any error with our try block, our catch block would generate a response.json message error fetching reservations. Okay, so now we're going to test this. We're going to use the get method because in our routes we're using the get method, and to get the reservation, this is the API endpoint. So we have here in the get method /reservation/get. So if I click on send now, let me reduce this. We're going to get the 2 reservations that has been made. We're going to get all of the reservations that we have tested for. So we've been testing for all these reservations here. We've tested for this, for this, for this, for this, for this. But the one I tested, I recorded, are these 2. The name, this one here, testing and testing sample. Okay. So now the next thing is to create the function to delete a reservation by ID. So we're going to delete all these reservations. So we'll head back here. And in the function to delete reservation, we'll start with our try catch statement. So try catch. In the try block, we need to get the ID of the reservation from parameters. So const ID will be equals to request.params.
And we're going to find the ID of that particular reservation, that specific reservation, and we'll delete it in our database.
So we're going to use await reservation models dot find by ID
and delete
into brackets ID, and we generate a response.json. We'll generate a message reservation removed.
if there's any error with the try block, the catch block
We'll generate a response to inform us that there is an error, and the error would be error deleting reservation.
Okay, so now we have the function to delete reservation. So we will now move to the admin. I'm going to close everything that has to do with our backend, and we'll open our admin folder so that we can work on our admin. On the admin panel, I'm going to right click on the folder and open it in integrated terminal.
And we're going to run this command: npm create vit at latest full stop.
Then we press enter. We'll select our framework, which is React. Then we'll select the variant JavaScript.
Now we'll run this command: npm install.
So now that we've installed React package, let's install all the necessary packages that we need. We'd need Tailwind, we'd need React Icon, and we also need Axios.
So we'll visit the Tailwind CSS official website and also React Icon.
And we're going to install. We'll go to documentation. In the front end, we already installed Tailwind, so this will be an easy process. In your terminal,
you paste what you're about to copy here.
So we'll paste it here in the terminal and we're going to install. And in our vit.config.cs file, we'll copy this line up. And I'm going to open this. I will paste it here. In our case, it's .js because we're using JavaScript. I'll copy the Tailwind CSS plugin as well. And I would paste it. After React, I would paste this right here. Okay, so our Tailwind is still installing. And in the CSS, we'll have this as well. So in our source folder, index.css, I'm just going to delete everything that is here. And I'll paste this. Then we'll run our terminal. Okay, we need to install React Icon before we run our terminal. Okay, so Tailwind has been added. Now we'll install React Icon. And we also need to install Toast container for Toast notification. So we'll install React Toastify. I'll click on copy the installation code. Then I'll paste it in the terminal. So while this is installing, I'm going to do our cleanup. RAFC to create React snippets. After CSS, we're going to delete this. Okay, and our index of CSS, you can see React Icon has been installed, Tailwind has been installed. In our index of CSS, we're going to change the title to Emerald Distro. Okay. And now we are going to style. Let's test if the CSS is working. So H1, I'll use this text, subscribe to my channel. Okay, so we'll style now, class name. Let's say text to Excel, font to be bold, and text color, let's use amber, 400. Now let's run the terminal. Before running the terminal, we need to install Axios. Okay, so npm install Axios. So now we've installed Axios. Let's see everything that we've installed. We have Axios, React Icon, React Router DOM, and Tailwind CSS. And we need to install React Router DOM as well so that we can navigate between pages, because we're going to have the page to add product, the page to fetch product list, and all of that. So React Router DOM. So you visit the official website, then you copy the installation code as well, and we'll paste it in our terminal, React Router DOM. Before we now open our terminal in our local browser. So once this has been installed, while all of this is installing, we are going to create our our projects folder. So we installed Axios earlier. Axios is used to make HTTP requests to external API or backend service. So Axios helps us send, post, put, delete requests. It handles promises and synchronous data easily. So that is what we're going to be using Axios for, to make requests. It's going to undo requests from our API. Okay, so now that we've installed everything that we need, we're going to run npm run dev, and then I'll press enter. Okay, so this is the link. We'll click on follow link, but before clicking on follow link, you can see here that we have port 5173 is in use. Try using another one, and it's giving us this option to use this port 5174. And we're getting this because in our front end, this is our front end file, right? This is front end that we have here. Okay, the port is 5173, and now for our admin, it's giving us the option to use 5174. So now, before I click on the link, we need to ensure that our admin port remains as 5174 and the front end remains as 5173. So you click on vit.config.js. After this, you're going to have server, and we're going to set the port to 5174. Okay, so our server is going to restart now. I'm going to copy this, and I'll do the same for the front end. And the front end server will be 5173. Okay, so we've created the server like this. Now this server has been restarted, so I'm going to stop this server now, and I'm going to run the command npm run dev again. Okay, so we'll click on this now, and this is what we're going to have. Remember, we've started with Tailwind CSS, and the text that we have here is subscribe to my channel. If you have not subscribed to my channel, please do. So now we can get started with writing other codes that matter. Now that we have everything, in our source folder, we'll create the file, a folder, and the folder name will be components. Then we'll create another page, and we'll name it pages. Then for our assets, we need, I'll delete this, we need an image that is going to represent the upload. So we need this image. I'm going to copy this image now and paste it in the asset folder. Now in our components, we're going to create every component that matters that we're going to use. So I'll create a new file. The first one will be login.gsx, then refc to create React snippets, and we're going to have sidebar as well, sidebar.gsx for our sidebar. Then in the pages, we're going to have the add menu page.gsx, refc, and we'll create another file for the admin table, which is also the reservation.gsx, refc, and we'll have the list menu as well, .gsx, refc. Okay, so we'll start with the login page. We'll start with our login page. So let me cancel what we have here, and I'm going to mount the login component here. Login. Okay. So before that, we need to define our backend URL, right? So we're going to have const backend URL, but we want to use it in other parts of our application. So we use exports const backend URL to be equal to our backend address, which is http://localhost port 4000. Okay, so now let's create our login page. For the login page, let me delete this. We'll create our div tag, and in the div tag we'll have another div tag. Then we'll have an h1 tag that will take this text admin login. After the h1 tag, we'll now have our form tag. And in between the form tag, we'll have two div tags. So
let's just have the first one,
div tag here,
and we'll have a p tag.
The p tag is
going to take email address,
and then we'll have our
inputs
for texts. The email address, inputs for email.
Sorry. Inputs
for email. We'll have our
placeholder enter email.
And also
it's going to be required.
Then we are going to have our password
input field. So I'm going to copy this div here and I'm going to paste it here. And this is going to be password.
Input, the type is going to be password as well. And the placeholder will be enter password. Okay, after these two div, we'll have our button. It's a submit button, and the text
will be login.
Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, so this is what we have now. Now let's start our login.
So we'll start with this div tag.
Class name, display will be flex. Justify, center. All the items will be at the center.
Minimum height will be the screen size.
And the background color will be gray, 100. Then the next div tag here,
we have class name. Background color will be white. We'll have a medium shadow. And we'll have a border, a large border around it.
Rounded LG. PX will be 8. PY will be 6. And the width will be full. Width full. Max width will be empty. Now for the H1 tag,
we have our class name. Text will be 2XL. Fonts bold. Text will be at the center. And the text color will be
gray. 800. Margin bottom will be 4. Then for this div tag that we have here, the margin bottom will be 4.
So we have class name, margin bottom 4.
The p tag,
let's select this. Okay.
So class name,
text to be small. The font will be semi-bold. Text color will be gray.
600. Those are the space.
Okay, and we'll have a margin bottom of 2.
And for our input field,
class name, the width will be 95%. PX will be 3. PY
will be 2.
We'll have a border, and the border color
gray, 300.
Want a
border radius around it.
The text will be small. On focus, outline will be none.
And on focus, the border color will be gray,
800. So focus, border, gray, 800.
Okay. So we're going to use the same styling here for the second div tag. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. This p tag as well. We'll do the same. We'll copy this and I'll paste it here where we have the p tag. And I'll do the same thing for the input field because we're using the same styling. So I'll just copy it from here and I'm going to paste it right here. Now we'll start with the button.
So here
we'll have class name.
The width will be full.
PX will be 3.
py will be 2, the text will be large, the font will be bold, the background color will be amber, 500, and we'll have rounded empty. So now this is what we have. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create a state variable and a setter function that would hold email, that will store email, and a setter function that will update email when there's a change. We'll do the same for password and set password. So we're going to have const email, comma, set email be equal to use state. By default, we want it to store nothing. Then we have const password, setter function, set password. By default as well, use state, it will store an empty string. Okay. Then on each of the input fields for both email and password, let's start with email. Right here, we are going to bind the value with the state variable that we have. So value here will be the email, and we use an onChange method to update the input when there is a change using the set email. When there's a change in value using the set email, so we're going to have onChange if an event occurs, which is if there's a change, set email to e.target.value. Do the same for passwords. Value will be password. onChange method to update any changes that is being made. Call our events. Set password will be e.target.value as well. Okay. Next thing on the list is our sidebar. Let me cancel every other page that is open. List menu, index.css. Now to our sidebar. So in the sidebar, I'll clear this off. We'll use a div tag. We'll start with a div tag here. And in this div tag, we'll have an h2 tag. And it's going to take the title Emerald Bistro. After this div tag here, we'll have another div tag that will contain our nav link. So we use nav link from React Router DOM. So let me import. I'm going to import nav link from React Router DOM. Okay, to ensure that there's no error, we need to wrap our application. We need to wrap browser router around our application. So I'm just going to delete the strict mode that we have here. Turn this to a comment, and here we'll have browser router from React Router DOM, and we'll wrap it around our application. Okay, since we're already using navlink from React Router DOM. Okay. Then in our navlink, we're going to have icons and text. So the first icon would be circle outline. Let's see. We've installed React icon, so okay, so it's not giving me what I want. So I'm just going to type in the entire thing. IOMD add circle outline. Okay. That's correct. We're going to close this, and then we'll have a p tag that would say add menu. Okay, this is for the first nav link. We're yet to set the paths where the nav link will lead us to, so we're going to come back to that after we have set up our route in our app.jsx. Okay, after this we are going to have another nav link that will lead us to the lists menu. We'll have nav link again. And for this, we're using the list bullets add icon. So let me see. Lists bullets. Add. Okay. from MD. So, okay, the best thing is I have these icons already. So I'm just going to paste it right here. Okay, this is the icon, and then the name would be menu lists. Okay, then we'll have the third link, nav link. There should be a space in between all of this so that our code will not be jump packed. Then our icon here will be for, we're going to use the same icon for this list since we're getting reservation lists. And our p tag, the text will be reservations. After the nav link, then we'll have a button to log out. And in the button, we'll use the logout icon. And this is the text. And we'll have a p tag that would say log out. Okay, now we need to import all of these icons. Okay, I'm just going to paste them here. If you're wondering where I'm getting these icons, visit the official website here. You visit reacticons.github. Okay, you visit this website, reacticons.github.io/reacticons. You're going to see several icons that you can choose from based on what you want to use it for. Okay, so we have like several icons here that you can use. So this is where I'm getting all of these icons that I'm using. So like the list icon now, bullets. Okay, if I just type in bullets or I just type in list, I'm going to get, so this is the icon that I'm using for the list icon. You're going to copy this, paste it at the upper section of your code. I've done that. And you're going to copy the icon tag and paste it wherever you need it, which is the same thing that I've done here. Okay, so let's use another icon for the reservation, right, so that you can understand what I'm talking about. Let's say I want to use this icon for our reservation. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to paste it right here. Then I'll copy the icon tag and I'm going to paste it where I need it. So here I need this for reservation. I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Right, and we're going to have this icon. Okay, it's that simple. Just visit the official website, type in whatever you want, and there are several icons that you can choose from. So let's continue with our project. Now that we have our sidebar, I'm going to mount it here, but we're still going to do some restructuring. But for now, let's see what we are doing. So our sidebar would be in our app.jsx. So this is what we have in the sidebar. Okay, so let's do some restructuring before we now start to style the sidebar. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to ensure that the user is logged in before they can access our sidebar. Okay, and to ensure that the user is logged in, we need to get their token, because while we were testing at the backend for admin login, we generated a token for the admin that has the correct credentials, which is the email and password. So right here in our app, we're going to create a variable that would hold that token and a setter function to update the token when it changes. And by default, use state, we want to save our token in our local storage. So we're going to have local storage dot get item. I want to get the token or nothing, an empty string. Okay, then we're now going to use effects to create a function. Then we'll call our local storage dot set item, our token, token, and we'll pass token as the dependency array. Okay. So now the logic behind this is to ensure that the user is able to log in before they can access the sidebar, right? So right here, we're going to use a ternary operator to check if token is available. We want to display the sidebar. If it is not, if the token is empty, the user must log in. So here we're going to have token is empty. right? Then we want to do this. And if it is not, we want to do this. Okay, so for the first this, if it is not empty, if it is empty, is to log in. And if it is not, we want to display the sidebar. That means if right here, if the token is empty, ask the user to log in or prompt the user to log in. If it is not, we want to do this next bracket, which is to display the sidebar. But for the sidebar, we'll have a div tag because we're going to style that as well. Then we're now going to display the sidebar. So I'm going to cut this here and have the sidebar in the div tag. Okay. Now for the sidebar as well, we need to define our routes. We need to set it up because for the sidebar, we're going to be able to navigate to different pages through the sidebar, like the add menu page, list menu page, reservation page, and all of that. So we're going to come here, we'll create another div tag. Then we'll set up our routes. So routes from React Router DOM. Then for each route without an S, the parts here, this will be add elements. We're going to render our add menu page and we'll pass token to it as well. Token will be token. So to add to the menu, token must be available. Okay, then we'll close this. So we need to import routes without an S. Then we'll do for the next page. Routes. The parts. The parts here will be to get the lists. Elements will be equal to lists. Right, let's close this. And we'll close this as well. And we need the token as well. So token will be equal to token. Close this. Then for the table page, which is the reservation routes, the parts is to table, and our elements will be equal to open our curly braces, admin table. We'll close this. We'll close this. Then we'll head back to for our token will be equals to token. So now we need to ensure we have our login already. So let's make sure that the login component is functional. We'll click on login.jsx and right here I'm going to pass set login as the parameter. Right here we're going to have set login, set token, set token. Okay. And after this, we need to ensure that user is able to submit the login and also the backend is able to verify it. So create a function that's going to handle that. Const, I'll name the function on submit handler. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. We'll pass our event as parameter. First, we need to use our try catch statements, and in the try block, the first step is to stop the form from refreshing after each submission. Prevent defaults. Then we're now going to make a post request to submit our email and password to our backend URL, and we'll concatenate it to the API endpoint. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await axios.posts. Oh, come on. Axios dot Axios dot. We use our post method. Then we get our backend URL from app. It has imported here. Ensure that this has been imported. Okay, we've already defined it here. Backend URL, and we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint. which is /API /user /admin, and we'll send the email and passwords.
Okay. If it is successful, we'll use an if statement. If it is successful, and if response.data.success sets the token to response.data.token .data.token. Also, we need to log the response in our console even before generating. So response here. And if there's any error with our try block, our cat block will handle it. So log in the console error. Okay, so if this is, let me remove this console. Control X. Okay. So if response.data.success, if we're able to generate the response, we want to set the token to response.data.token. If we're not, so let's have an else statement here. We want to display toast error. Toast.error, although we have to set up our toast.error. We're going to set that up now. Response.data.message. ELSE, right? Okay. Now let's set up our toast notification. So right here, let's import toast container from React Toastify, and we're going to have our toast container here. Okay, so we can now use this here, and we're going to import toasts from React Toastify. Okay, so now we've created the function that is going to undo submitting the form, and now all we need to do is to use the submit method to submit, and we're going to call the function that we just created on submit handler. We'll call this function. Now let's try logging in and see if we log in, then the sidebar is going to be displayed. Okay, so now in our app.gsx, we added all of this, we mounted all of these components, but we did not import them here. So we need to import add menu from /pages/add menu. We need to import list menu from /pages/list menu, and we still need to import the admin table as well. Import admin table from /pages/admin table lists menu. Okay, let's see, admin table, that's the same thing that we have here. Okay, the n, we're missing the n. So now that we've done that, in our login, we're going to call set token, and also for our sidebar, to ensure that we have a token, we set token as well. Okay, so now you can see that because there's no token available, we have the login page. Okay, so now if we log in with our details that we're going to get from our env file in the backend, you know, that is where we saved all our sensitive information. This is the admin email. I'll copy it and then I'll paste it in the email address, and this is the admin password. I'll copy this as well and then paste it here. If I click on login now, so once the login is successful, it will lead us to this sidebar here. Then the next thing we need to do, okay, I made a very small change. Instead of using the actual code that we had, we're using token equals to null, then display login. I'm just going to do not token. If it is not, like if token is not available, it's still the same thing, right? If token is not available, display the login form, and if it says display the sidebar, because token is available, we're able to see the sidebar. Okay, so now we're going to style this page here. So we're going to style class name. The background color for this will be white. The minimum height will be our screen size. And also the div that we have here, class name, display here will be flex, the width will be full, and for the sidebar we'll have our class name. The width will take 70% of our screen. Margin left, we'll set a margin left of maximum 5 VW, 25 pixels, and we'll have MY will be 8, margin on y-axis, all text will be black, text black, and the text size will be this. So now we're going to style our sidebar, and also right here already add our token here. So in the sidebar as well, we're going to pass set token. Okay, so we'll start styling the sidebar. So class name, the width will take 22. Oh, class name, the width will take 22%. 22%. Minimum height will be our screen size. We'll have a border on the right and we'll set it to 2. There should be a space between that, and the border color will be gray. So border gray 200. We'll set the background color of the sidebar to white. And then for this div tag, we'll have our class name. Margin top, we'll set it to 4. PX will be 6. And our H2 tag, class name. Oh, class name. The same goes for this. So I'm going to cut this control guys. Class name. Okay, so let's continue. For our H2 tag, we'll set the text to 32 pixels. And the fonts will be bold. And for the div tag here, that wraps all the link, we'll style this. Display will be flex. Flex direction, colon. We'll have a gap of 4. Padding top of 6. Then for the nav link, we're going to style the nav link at once. So I'm just going to highlight this nav link here. Then select all. Oh, okay. It's going to select the closing tag as well, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to style the first one, then copy and paste to the rest. So here, class name. Okay. Display will be flex. Items will be at the center with a gap of 3. PX will be 6, PY will be 3. We'll have a border at the bottom, border bottom 2, and border color, border gray, 200. Text to be gray, 600. And when you hover on it, we want to, the background color, let's give it amber, 500. And if you hover as well, I want to change the text color to white. Okay. Now the icon as well, I'm going to style it. Okay. So for this nav link, before we continue, we need to set the paths where the nav link is going to lead us to. So for the first one,
this is going to lead us to our ad page. We've already done that route here. We've set up our routes here. So if you click on this link, whether it's the icon, if you click on this entire thing, it's going to lead you to the ad page. Okay, back to styling. For the icon, we'll style class name. Text size will take 35 pixels. Text color will be black. Now for the p tag, okay, I already did the styling. I don't know if I recorded it, but this is the styling for our p tag. This is the styling that we're going to use. So I'm going to copy this here for the nav link, and I'll paste it. And the second nav link, I'll paste it on the third. Okay, and for the icon as well, I'm going to copy the styling, and I'll paste it here, and I'll paste it here as well, and I'll paste it here as well, the logout icon. Okay, and also the p tag, the third p tag, I'm going to paste the styling here and the styling, the same thing here. Now we need to style the button, right? So we'll have our class name, display will be flex, items, center, gap will be 3, px will be 6, py will be 3. We'll have a border at the bottom, border bottom 2, border gray 200, text will be gray 600, and when you hover on it, the background color should be amber 600. If you hover, the text color should be white, and the width will be full text on the left. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is the ad page, this is the list page. Okay, we need to add all of the direction where the nav link will take us to. So here, this will take us to the lists route. This will be to the table route, the table page. I mean, ensure that the nav link route matches with the parts that you have set while setting up, the parts that you defined while setting up your route. Okay, ensure that they are matching. Okay, so if I click on it now, you can see the URL has changed and the page as well has changed. If I click on reservation, this is showing me the admin table page. If I click on add, this is showing me the add page. Now for logout now, I'm going to use an on-click method. So here, on-click method to call our function. Let's add space so that our code will look very neat. So set token, we want to set our token to empty string. Okay, we're no longer saving anything in the token. That means the user, the admin will log out. Now that we're done with sidebar, we're going to create our add menu so that we can add items to our menu. In our add menu, remember that in our app.js we passed token here to add menu, so we're going to receive it as well. So okay, we're going to use it later on. Okay, so in our add menu, we'll start with our form. I'm going to delete this action here. We'll come back to the form, then we'll create the div tag, and in the div tag we'll have a p tag, and it's going to take this text, upload image. Okay, and after that, after this div tag, we're now going to create. Okay, so the upload image is supposed to be outside the div tag. No, it's correct. Okay, upload image in the div tag. After this p tag, we'll create another div tag. In this div tag, we'll have our label, and this is label for image. in the label, we're going to have our img tag. So in the image, we're going to check if the image is not available. That is, if not image, which is what we're going to use to write the code, we're going to use a default placeholder image that I'm going to import very soon to represent the image. And if the image is selected and uploaded, we're going to create a temporary URL for the selected image, allowing it to be previewed before uploading. Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to import what we're going to use as a proxy. And here it is. Import upload image from / asset folder / upload image .png. So that's what we're going to use as proxy. Okay. So let's close this and let's continue. Now we'll have our curly braces. And if not image, as I explained earlier, if no image is available, we use our curly braces. Then we'll use upload image as a proxy. And if it is available, we want to generate a URL for the image so that we can have a peek of what the image looks like before uploading the image. Okay. After this image tag, we're going to have our input field. And in the input field, the type will be file. Okay. And the ID would be image, and it will be hidden. And after our label tag and the div tag, we're going to create another div tag. We'll have a p tag, and the p tag will be product's name. After this p tag, we're going to have an input field for the texts. So the type is going to be text. The placeholder will be enter product name, and it's going to be required. Sorry guys, I have a little running nose. Okay. Required. Yeah. Then we'll have another div tag. We'll have our p tag that will take the text product description, and then an input field of the type text as well. The placeholder would be enter product description. Okay. And this as well will be required. Then after this, we're going to create a div tag. And the div tag will create another div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a p tag. And the p tag will take this text, products category. Then in the products category, we're going to have our select tag. Okay. In the select tag, we're going to have our options. 7 options. So the first one, all. Second will be spaghetti. The third will be pizza, so that we can filter on the front end. Okay. The fourth will be rice. The fifth will be noodles. And this will be chicken. And here we're going to have drinks. Okay, so after this div tag here, we now create another div tag, and our p tag is going to be product price, and then we'll have our inputs, and the type will be number because we want to enter a number. placeholder will be 30. Let's just give it 40. It's just a placeholder. Then after these two div tags, we'll have our button, and it's going to be a submit button. So the type will be submit, and here we're going to have add menu. Okay, if we check our page now, we're running into a little error. So let's debug. We'll head back to console. Reference error, image is not defined. That is very true. We need to define our image. And by doing so, we need to define other properties that we're going to need. So first, we're going to create a state variable that's going to hold image and a set of functions to update the image whenever the image changes. So we're going to have const in lowercase, const image, set of function set image, and by default use state, we're going to set the image to null. So if we head back here, we're not going to see any error again because we've already defined our image. So this is what we have now. Upload. This is the default if no image has been selected, right? Now if we select this image, you're going to see the overview. Once it's selected, this is the section for products and product description, prices. We're going to style this so that you can see the category, product price, you can increase, and the button to add menu. If you click on this button now, with one of these fields, you're going to see a message showing you that you need to fill out each of the fields. So let's style. Then after styling, we're now going to create a menu. We're going to add menu and send it to our backend. Okay. So before styling as well, we need to do something which is going to be very simple. What we're going to do is to create a state variable that is going to hold name, description, price, and category, and also a set of function to update the name, description, price, and category. Okay, and then we're going to bind it with the input field and also use an onChange method to update our input field whenever a change is made in the field. So after the image here, we're going to have const name, set name, use state would be an empty string. Then we're going to have a description const description, set description, use state, an empty string as well. Oh, this is supposed to be in the form of array. No, Ctrl Z. Okay. Then for price as well, const price, set a function set price to be equal to use state. It's going to be an empty string as well. Then we'll have lastly the category, const category, category, set a function set category. By default, the state should be all category. Okay, I just remember that we missed something. So if we check here now, you can see that we have nothing to display. This is because we have nothing in the text. We only created the value, so we have nothing for the text tag to show. So I'm going to copy all the things that we have here and paste it in between the tags. Copy for pizza, paste it here. Copy for rice, paste it here. Noodles as well, paste. Chicken, chicken, my fave. Paste it here. Drinks, we paste it here as well. Okay, so if we check now, we have something to select from. Alright, so back to our code. We'll head over to each of the input fields, right? And then we're going to bind the value with the state variable here, and then we'll update the inputs using onChange method to update it if there is any change. So here we'll start with the image. We'll call the onChange method. If there's any events, that means if there's any changes, set image should be e.target.files, the first file. Okay.
And then for the second one, which is the name,
we'll bind the value with name, and we'll use an unchanged method, pass this, and we'll call set name to update if there's any e.target.value, if there's any changes made. For description as well, the value will be description change, set description to e.target.value.
now to our category, in our select
Tag, we bind the value with category as well. Then if there's any change, we use our change method to update the category. So set category will be e.target.value.
and for our price as well,
So right over here,
the name,
the value, name, the value will be price, and we use our change method. Okay, then we'll call set price e.target.value.
okay. So now that we've done this, now we can now style comfortably. So let's start styling. We'll start with from the top.
For the form, class name, display will be flex direction will be colon, items starts, we'll have a gap of 1,
And then we have the image.
for the image, that's down, the width will be 32, so it will be pointer.
Then for our inputs, okay, for this input field, we're not going to style because it's hidden anyways. Next is this div tag that we have here.
Okay, class name, the width will be full, and the p tag that we have, class name, margin bottom will be 2, the text will be 22 pixels.
Okay, and then for our input field as well, let's just add it here.
Class name, the width will be full, max width will take 500 pixels, padding will be 4, we'll have a border,
And the border color will be
gray 300, and it will be rounded. Okay,
and then we're going to use the same styling for this. I'm just going to copy this
that we have here, and I'm going to paste it here.
the p tag as well.
I'm going to copy this, and I'll paste it here as well.
And for the input field, we're using the same styling. So I'll just come here, copy
So where the styling stops, and I can just paste it here.
now for the category and price. Now
I'll have a class name. Display will be flex wrap. We'll have a gap of 4. The width will be full.
now for the second div tag,
Have a class name. Minimum width will take 200 pixels. Now for the p tag, margin bottom will be 2. The text size will take 22 pixels.
okay. Now for our select tag,
We'll style this as well. Class name, the width will be full. The max width will be 500 pixels. 500.
padding will be 3.
We'll have a border around it, and the border color
Gray 300.
and the text will take 16 pixels. and we'll have a border radius around it, so
round it. Then to the price,
style this as well.
class name,
Margin bottom
2,
text size
22
pixels.
The input field that we have here for price,
Style class name, the width will be full. Oh. Class name, the width will be full. Max width 120 pixels. Padding will be 4. Border color, we'll have a border, then we'll set the border color to gray.
300.
Then we'll add a border radius around this as well.
Then we'll style our button.
We'll have our class name. Margin top will be 6. PX will be 20. PY
will be 3.
The background color will be amber.
500.
Want
A border radius around it.
and when you hover on it,
Opacity should be 90. Okay. So now this is what we have. You can upload image, the name, the products, all of this, and the price, then our call to action button. So now we need to add products to our database. Okay, so now I'm going to create the function that is going to handle submitting our form, then sending a post request to the product to send in our form data. Okay, so
let's create our product, our function.
I'm going to name it on submit
Angler. And it's going to be an asynchronous function.
Our parameter is going to be event. We need to prevent the default form submission behavior.
So we have e dot prevent prevent default.
Then
we use our try catch statement.
In the try block, we're going to create a new form data object to send our form data in multi-part formats.
So I'm going to have const form data will be equal to
new
form new form data. Come on. Okay,
then we're going to add the product name, add description, add price, add category, add image using the append method. So we're going to have
form data dot append name. We'll pass the name.
Instead of having to type,
I'm just going to
put this.
I'll just be changing all of this. So next will be the description, right? Description. Then we'll have the price. We're going to add the price. So Ctrl D price.
And we'll have our category.
Category.
After the category, we're going to use an if statement to check if the image is selected, then we're going to add our image.
So here we're going to have if image, then form data dot append image, comma image. Okay.
So after this now, after we've prepared our form data already, what we're going to do now is to send a post request to add products to the database.
So we need to have const.
Oh, come on. I think we should just remove the if statement because the image will obviously be selected by the admin. But then,
okay, let's still leave it.
Okay.
So const response be equal to a width. We use Axios from Axios package, which is used to make HTTP requests. And here we're using the post method because we defined it at the backend when we're setting up the routes for this API. So here's our backtick, then followed by a dollar sign and the backend URL. Now we'll be getting from app/API /products. This is the API endpoint to add /add. Then we'll add our comma. Then we'll send in our form data. Then we need to include the authentication token in our request header. So here, headers token. Okay. Next thing that needs to be done is to check if the request was successful. Then we'll generate a toast response, and then we'll reset the input field after successful submission. And if it isn't, we'll generate a toast error as well. So I'm just going to use an if-else statement. So the first condition, if response.data.success toast.success will be response.data.message, the message that we've already prepared at the backend. And then we'll reset our input field, reset name to empty, then we'll set description as well to empty, set price to empty, set image as null as well. And then our else statements will generate a toast error, toast.error response.data.message. Okay, we need to look out for some things. We need to ensure that toast has been imported, which has not. So we're going to import toast from React Toastify. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to log the error in the console and also generate a toast message. Toast.error will be error.message. Okay, now that we have our function, it's going to undo submission, resetting, and also sending our form data to the backend. We're going to bind it with the form. So here we'll use the submit method to call the function on submit handler. So now let's try adding. So we'll come here, we're going to select this. You see now that we can view the image, you can preview the image before uploading. And our product name, I'm just going to give this noodles, testing noodles. And here we're just going to have like some random description. We'll select the category noodles and I'm going to set the price. Then we'll click on add menu button. Okay, so before it was showing unauthorized user because I actually logged out. Okay, so now I'll try adding again and we have product added successfully. Let me add another one. And we're going to have soft, I don't know what to name this. Let's just say soft drink, and we're going to have description, queen, whatever it is. That's going to be drinks, and let's say this is like $13. If I click on add menu now, we're going to have a notification that says product added successfully. So if we head here now to our MongoDB and we click on browse collection, it's going to lead you to a new page. You see we have our products and reservations, right? The two models that we've created. Now for products, while we were testing, we added this products testing name, the price, 14, testing description. The image was replaced with a placeholder. Now, this is the second product that we're adding now. We have the ID, we have the name, testing noodles, price is 12, description, this is the description. The image, we generated the secure URL for Cloudinary. So this is the image here, as you can see, the link. Then the category is noodles and the dates. This is the third one that we've added now, the ID, the name, the price, the description, the image. If I click on this now, if I copy this URL that we have here, it's going to lead me to the same image. So let's say I want to copy this. Is there need? I don't know. Let's say I want to copy the entire thing. I'm just going to highlight everything. And then I'll copy it. Then on a new page, I'm going to paste it. If I click on enter, it's going to display that particular image for me. Okay. In my Cloudinary storage. So very amazing. Okay, let's continue. For our reservation, if I click on reservation, the model, we have nothing. Oh, we should have. Okay, yeah. We added several reservations while we were testing. If you remember this testing sample, test at gmail.com, test. Okay, so our add page is working. Now we need to generate. Next thing is our list page. We want to be able to view all our menu in a tabular form. So let's get to that. So I'm going to close the admin menu. Then I'm going to open the lists menu. So in the list menu, the first thing that we're going to do is to create a state variable that is going to store the lists and a set of functions to update the list. But before that, we need to get our token as well. So right here, we create our state variable costs lists set a function to update the list, set list, and by default it's going to be an empty array. Now let's design the UI for our list. Bar. So we'll create a p tag. The p tag will be menu lists. Right. And after the p tag, we'll have a div tag. In the div tag, we'll have one div tag. We're going to have bold, 6 bold tags. The first one will take the image. The second would take the name of the menu item. The third will take category. The fourth will take the price. The fifth will take action. Okay, I think it's just 5 that we need. We need image, name, category, and description. Image, name, category, price, description. Yes, I'm going to delete this other boot tag that we have. Okay. And after this div tag, we would now display our the lists. But before we can display, we need to fetch the lists, right? So we're going to write the function that is going to undo fetching lists. I'll name the function fetch list costs fetch lists, and it's going to be an asynchronous function with no parameter. We use our try cat statement. In our try block, we will make a get request to generate all the lists that we have in our database. So we're going to have const response will be equal to awaits axios dot get method. We'll call our backend URL, and then we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint /API /products /list. This is the endpoint to get products list. Then we'll send our token as well. So headers, or it should be lowercase. Headers will be token. Okay. Then we use an if statement to check if response data success will set the lists to response data products. Else, in case if otherwise, we want to display toast notification to display the message that we've already prepared in our backend. Response.data.message. If there's any issue with our try block, our catch block is going to undo it. It's going to log it in console error. Okay, and we generate a toast message as well. Toast.error would be error.message, displaying the message that we've already prepared in the backend.
So now, what we are now going to do is right here, before our return statement, we would use the use effects hook to call the function so that it will mount, it would run when the component mounts. So fetch list function, and we'll pass an empty array as a dependency array. Okay. First, let's see if we're able to get this. So in this other div tag, this is a closing div tag, right? Then we create a div tag, but before that, we're going to map over the lists. That's map. Remember that we're getting the list from our response. That's why we're setting set list response.data.product. List.map. We're just going to do it directly. Item, pass our index number. Then we'll create the div tag. Div closing tag as well, div tag, and the div tag for each of this. Okay, let me separate this. We're going to pass a key for each of the lists, and it's going to be index. Here we'll have the image, and the image will be item.image as we have it, .image. Then we'll have the name. We use a p tag for that. Item.name. Then we'll have another p tag. Item.category. And then we'll have our price as well. Item.price. Then our delete button. Our delete icon, I said button. So delete, we're going to use this icon, ensure that it is imported here. Okay, so now let's see if this code is going to work. Okay, so you can see that we're able to generate the lists. Okay, the name, the category, the price, the delete icon, the image. For the second one as well, the name, the category, the price, and the delete icon, which is the same thing that we have in our database, right? The two products that we've been able to add is supposed to be 3. Remember that we deleted this while we're testing. So now we have 2. Okay. While we're testing, we added this one. Okay. Now we are getting the latest 2 because we added it in the main panel, not while testing. So this is what we have now. So we're going to style this so that it's going to look good, and then we're going to write the function to enable us to delete from the admin. So we'll start our styling. We start with the p tag. Have the class name. Margin bottom will be 2. Fonts will be bold, and the text size will be 2XL. Then for our div tag, we'll have our class name. Display will be flex. Flex colon gap will be 2, and for this div tag here, class name, display will be grid. Grid calls, you have to be careful here. So this will be 1FR underscore 3FR underscore 1FR underscore 1FR underscore 1FR. Okay, I want all the items at the center, so we need to have items center. Padding will be 2. We'll definitely have a border around it. It's going to be border bottom 2, and the border color will be gray 300. The text will be large, and the fonts will be semi-bold. Okay, now for the action that we have here, class name, text will be at the center. Then for the div tag that we have here, we're going to use the same styling with the one that we have above. So I'm just going to copy everything, but the fonts will not be semi-bold. So we'll stop at text large, and we're going to paste this here. Oh, what have I done? Come on. Control Z. Let's see. Let's copy it again. Okay. Now I understand. Alright. I'll paste it
we need to close the quotes.
Okay, then for the image, we'll style this class name. The width will be 50 pixels. 50 pixels. The height will be auto. And for the icon, we're going to style this as well. Class name. The margin left will be 10. Text size will be 28 pixels. Cursor will be pointer. Cursor pointer. And the text will be red 700. Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, so this is what we have. This is the one we added while we're testing with no image, that we replace the image with the place card, the category, the price, and the action. Okay, this looks all good. The more we have, the more we get it in our menu list. Okay, so this is working. Next is our reservation. So I'm going to close the list menu. And now I'm going to open our admin table, which is going to serve as our reservation. For the admin table, we're going to create a set variable that is going to store our reservation and would initialize it with an empty array, and the setter function that's going to update the state. So I'm going to name this reservations. Setter function sets reservations. We'll initialize it with an empty array. An empty array. So here we're going to do something different. We'll create the function first. So I'm going to use effects to run the function. So here we'll use effects. Then we'll create an asynchronous function to fetch reservation from our backend. So we're going to name this const fetch reservations. It's going to be an async. Okay, without a parameter. So we use our try catch statement. In our try block, we'll make a get request to the backend API to fetch all our reservations. So we have const response will be equal to await axios from axios package dot get method in our backend URL from app, and we'll concatenate it with our API endpoint slash API slash reservations slash get. Then we'll set reservations to response dot data. Okay, but first we should also log in the console to get all of the reservations. So response dot data as well in our console. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will log the error in console, and we should display error fetching reservations. Then would call the fetch reservation function. So here fetch reservation function, and we'll pass an empty array as a dependency array. So let's see if we're able to fetch our reservation in the console before we display it in our UI that we're about to design now. So we're on the reservation page, displaying admin table. Then we inspect, we want to check in our console, and I'll click on console. We should be getting an array. You can see we have an array. This is all the reservation testing that we've made, and this is the last one, testing sample. Okay, so this is working now. We can now display this as a table. So right here, we'll have our h2 tag, h2, and it's going to display restaurants reservations. Right, and we'll have a div tag. In that div tag, we'll have a table. In the table, we'll have a table edge. And the table edge will have a row for the table. Then we'll have the th tag. Okay, Ctrl Z, th times 7.
17 table header. The first one will take name, NAME. What is this? The second will take email. The third will take phone. The fifth will take the dates. The sixth will take time. The seventh will take guest. I think I'm missing count. And the last one will take deletes. After the table header, we'll now have the table body. In the table body, this is where the conditional rendering would occur. We're going to check if there are no reservations. That means if the length of the reservation is 0, we're going to display a message that says no reservation found. Otherwise, we're going to map through the array and display each reservation in a table row. So here, we're going to have reservations dot length equals 0. We use a ternary operator to do that. If it is equals 0, we want to do this. If it is not, we want to do this. Okay, so let's deal with if it is equals 0. In a table row, we want to display a table data with the text no reservations found. Okay, and the table data will have a call span 7. Okay, and if there is something in the reservation, if the reservation is found, if it is more than, we're going to look through each one using the map method. So we're going to have reservations.map, open our brackets, reservations, comma, index. Okay, then we're going to display the row first. In the table row, we now have the table data times 7. In the table row, each row must have a unique key. So I'll pass key, and it's going to be index. Okay, and the first table data, button table, let me select it all. So this is going to be reservation dot something. The first one is going to be dot name. The second will be dot email. The third will be phone. The fourth will be dates. The fifth will be time. The sixth would be guests. And the last one would be the delete button. So we have a button to delete, and it will take this text, delete. Now let's style all of this because we're already able to get our reservations. Okay, so class name, minimum height is the screen. Then for the H2 tag, the text will be 3XL, font to be bold, and our text color will be gray 700. Text will be at the center, and our margin bottom would be 6. Now for the div tag here, we have our class name, overflow on x-axis will be auto. The table edge, we have our class name, the width will be full, shadow will be large, and a border radius around it, rounded XL, just a small one. Then for our table row, the background color will be amber 500, and the text will be at the left, text left. Then for each of the th tag, we'll have a class name, padding will be 3. Now to this, call span is 7. We want to ensure that it spans across all the columns. So we're going to have a class name. That's why we have call span as 7. Padding will be 4, and texts will be at the center. Now, right here, Border will be B. Border will be at the bottom. And when you hover, the background color will be gray, 50. Okay, there shouldn't be a space between this. Okay. Now for this as well, for this table data here as well, we're going to add a padding. So we have our class name, padding will be 3. Then for the button, Ctrl Z would style. The background color will be red, 500. The text color will be white. PX, adding on x-axis 3, PY will be 1. Rounded. And then when you hover on it, the background color will be red, 600. Okay, this is all we have. This is all the 11 reservations that we have made. Okay, so let's delete most of them. We're going to write the function to delete. So we'll head up here. Before our use effects, we're going to write the function. Okay, and I'm going to name the function undo delete. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And the parameter is going to be the ID, because that's what we want to use to delete. We use our try catch statement. In the try statement, we make a delete request to delete a specific reservation based on the ID from the database. So we'll do await axios.delete, open our brackets. We're going to do backtick $sign backend URL / API. After the curly braces, you have the // reservations / delete. That's our endpoint API. That's our endpoint for our API. Then we'll pass the ID of what we want to delete. Then, once it has been deleted successfully, we generate the toast message, toast.success. We'll display a message, reservation, or we should just display reservation successful, or better still, reservation removed. Okay, if there's any error with our try block, our catch block is going to handle it. So I'm just going to come here and copy, and I'm going to paste it here. Instead of error fetching reservation, this will be error deleting reservation. And we'll head over to our button to make use of the function. So right here, we use an unclick method to call the undo delete function, and we'll pass reservation _ID. So I've deleted most of the reservations and we have just 2 left. So now that we're done with the admin, we're going to close it, and now we'll head back to our front end to ensure that we need to generate, not generate, I meant we need to be able to, we need to connect our front end with our back end. So we're going to do that here. So I'm going to open the front end terminal again, open an integrated terminal, and I'm going to install Axios and toast notification. So here we're going to have npm install Axios. Okay, so while that is going on, we're going to open our menu.context, also our app.gsx. Here we need to define our backend URL. I think I'm just going to copy it from the app.gsx. Okay, so we're going to copy this and paste it here. So I'm going to close the admin. Now that we've defined our backend URL, okay, so Axios has been installed. We can now do every other thing. Also, we need to install React Toastify for toast notification. So let's quickly visit the website, React Toastify. So I'm just going to copy the installation code and I'm going to paste it in the terminal. So while it is installing,
we're going to do, we've defined our backend URL here. The next thing is to do the two important things that we need. The first thing is to get our product, is to create the function to get our product from our database, and also to create the function to send our reservation and save it in the database. So we'll start with the getting product. So now let me open this npm run dev. Okay, so that we can see all of what we're doing in action. We open our menu contexts. Okay, we're going to create the function here, consts. I'll name the function get product data or get menu data, whichever way. And it's going to be an asynchronous arrow function with no parameter. We'll use a try catch block. In the try statement, we're going to make a get request to get the list of the product that we have stored in our database. So we're going to have const response will be equal to await axios.get method, then our backtick $, followed by our backend URL that we're going to get from our app /API /products /list, which is our API endpoints. Then we use an if statement, if else statement to check. The if condition is if response data success. Then we want to set our product, set products to response data products. If otherwise, display a toast notification, toast.error, toast.error, response.data.message. So response.data.message. Okay, we need to ensure that Axios has been imported. Let's see, it has not. So we need to import Axios from Axios package, and also our source notification. So we're going to use, we'll have source container here. I'll close this. Then we're going to import React Toastify. Import curly braces, toast toast container from React Toastify that we have installed. Now we're going to import our Toastify here, import toast, because we're using it to generate a response from React Toastify. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Okay, the get product data has not been called. Okay, so right here we would use effect hook to call the function get product data, and here we're going to pass an empty array as a dependency array. Let's see, do submission, and it will be triggered when the form is submitted. So I'm going to name the function undo submit. It's going to be an asynchronous function, async arrow function. We'll pass events, and we need to prevent the page from refreshing on submit. So e.prevent default. Then we use a try catch statement to do the rest. First, we need to send a post request to the backend with our form data. So await axios from axios package dot post, get our backend URL, concatenate it with our API endpoint to send /API/reservations /creates. This is to create reservation. Then we'll send our form data as well. Then we'll show a toast notification if this is successful. Before we now reset toast.success, reservation successful. Then we're going to reset the form field after successful submission. So we're going to set form data. The name, we'll reset it to empty. The email, we'll do the same, empty. The phone number, we'll set to empty. The dates,
we'll reset to empty. The time, we're going to reset to empty. And the guests, we're going to do the same, reset to empty. If there's any error with our try block, our catch block will log the error in console error. Okay, so now let's try filling a form. Testing name. No,